Okay, I'd like to welcome you all to a regular meeting of the Town Council. At this time, I'd like to ask you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Spence had some family business she had to attend to. We expect her to be here in about 30 minutes. Okay, first up, announcements. Okay, upcoming Town Council meetings through February. We have a non-public meeting February 1st, 2007 at 7 p.m. Thursday, February 8th at 7 p.m. we have a regular council meeting. February 13th at 7 p.m. we have a bond hearing if necessary, and it's the deadline for petition warrant articles. Thursday, February 15th, 2007, 7 p.m. budget public hearing. Wednesday, February 21st, 2007 to Friday, March 2nd, 2007, filing period opens for town officials. Thursday, February 22nd, 2007, 7 p.m. regular council meeting, sign final warrant and budget. Monday, February 26th, 2007, deadline for posting warrant and budget. Okay, the ice skating rink located behind the tennis courts in O'Gara Drive is open for the season. The ice skating rink will be open to the public as weather permits 7 days a week with the lights on from 4:30 to 10 p.m. Please call the Parks and Recreation Department at 882-1046 or the DPW at 423-8551 with any questions. The Merrimack Parks and Recreation Committee and Parks and Recreation Department have scheduled the 15th Annual Winter Carnival for Saturday, February 24th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Wasserman Park. Enjoy a day of free outdoor activities, including horse-drawn sleigh rides, snowmobile rides by the Snowbuds, and ice fishing derby by the Lions Clubs and sledding. David Soa and Dennis Hickey of Icebreakers will do an outdoor,
No, sir.
will do an outdoor ice sculpting demonstration, and many local nonprofit groups will have indoor exhibits. Some of the entertainment will include the 4-H group Pups of Us with an agility course demonstration at 11:30. The Independent School of Karate will have a demonstration at 1:30 p.m. and trophies for the Youth Ice Fishing Derby will be awarded at 2:30 p.m. Come out and enjoy this wonderful day with your family. For more information, please call the Parks and Rec Department at 882-1046. Committee vacancies. Town committees are still in need of members. Please check our website at www.ci.merrimack.newhampshire.us for a complete listing of all town committee vacancies. I would like to thank the Merrimack Village District for providing us with water this evening. Okay. And I have a memo I was given today from Town Manager Hickey. And I have a couple of announcements that he's asked me to read, which I will. Today, January 25th, 2007, at 9:35 a.m., Merrimack Police and Fire officials were called to the area of Coventry Court Senior Housing off Center Street to investigate the disappearance of Delia Schrepfer, age 88, of Coventry Court. If I mispronounced that wrong, I apologize to Ms. Schrepfer and her family. The victim had been missing for an undetermined amount of time, possibly overnight. The victim was said to be clothed in a nightgown and housecoat with sneakers on her feet. The area was searched along with a house-to-house search and officers on four-wheeled vehicles. Reverse 911 made phone calls to the immediate Merrimack area broadcasting the victim's description. A command post was established at the London Court Recreation House and full search was coordinated. The New Hampshire State Police utilized a K-9 unit and a helicopter. The New Hampshire Fish and Game Department also assisted. At the height of the operation, approximately 30 to 35 officials were involved. At 1:03 p.m., a Coventry Court resident called to say they had observed the victim moving under some brush in a wooded wooded area near the complex and a swale covered with debris. Mrs. Schrepfer was transported to St. Joseph Hospital in Nashua, suffering from her exposure to the cold. She was talkative and coherent. The Merrimack Police would like to thank all involved in the search, and a special thanks to those citizens that volunteered to help with the search after receiving the reverse 911 call. Again, thank you very much to everyone out there, the citizens, the police and fire department, and everyone else that helped out in that search. Again, it seems any time we have a type of issue like this, the community, the police and fire come together very quickly, and I can't think of a time where they don't end up finding what they're looking for, whether it be the Amber Alert about a year ago or anything else. Again, in times of crisis, they truly show both departments how superior they are. Okay, Welfare Administrator Pat Murphy provided the following update on flood donations. The Merrimack's Lion Club has informed the town of Merrimack that letters thanking and acknowledging donors of $250 or more were mailed this morning. Pat Murphy of the Lions Club has stated they also plan on sending a letter to a local newspaper thanking all other donors for the generous contributions. The Lions Club Merrimack Flood Relief Account received $64,911.08 in 2006 and provided relief to a total of 22 residents in the amount of $64,896. And again, this was basically Merrimack flood relief, and the Lions Club worked with us to disperse the funds, and these were the monies that we received from people from Merrimack throughout the community. It's currently leaves $15 in the account in hopes that more donations may be received in the future for those residents that are still homeless or have not recovered. And again, anyone that would like to continue to send anything, again, as we mentioned in this, there are still people that are still in dire need of help. They may send any donations to Merrimack Flood Relief, P.O. Box 940, Merrimack, New Hampshire, 03054. Okay, and again, all of that goes directly to help victims of the flood, and none of that goes towards any type of overhead, anything. You give $100, $100 check goes to people in need. Nothing is used by anything else. Okay. The other thing I'd like to touch on is we originally had on the agenda a discussion of tolls. We received a notice, was it yesterday or this morning?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, that Deb Pignatelli's son had been seriously injured in a hiking accident out in California, and Deb went out there immediately to be with her son. It is our understanding that he will make a full recovery. It probably will be over a long period of time. I think it's fair to say the prayers, our thoughts and prayers are with Deb and her family, as are our thoughts and prayers with Mrs. Schrepfer and her family. Okay. Next up, we had this year, I believe it's the first time we've done it. Keith, is that correct? We had a report cover design contest for the people of Merrimack and beyond to see who could come up with the report cover. And I thought it was an outstanding idea by Acting Town Manager Milligan, and we know we have a lot of talented people, and anytime we can use their resources, it is appreciated. We got many, many entries, and I think it was truly one of those things where everyone wished there could have been several winners. But in life, there's one winner usually. And such is the case. I am very happy to ask Ms. Candace Gendron of Gendron Design, 33 Kramer Hill Road, Merrimack, New Hampshire, to step forward, and along with anyone that might be with her, that might want to. Just you? Okay. And I'm hoping we can get a good view of this. I also would like to pass it around. This will be, if you can't see it now, you'll see it in one of the 10,000 or so books we're going to have that have the annual report. And it's absolutely breathtaking, the job they do.
Right, the 3 triangles put together for Merrimack. And I thought, I was trying to come up with a format that we could reuse over the years. And this time I used the theme of the parks. You
Now,
know,
what-
Abbey Griffith Park, and this is Weston Park, the view to Sauhegan.
Oh, very
The
nice.
Weston Park, and of course, Twin Bridge Park. I thought in future years there could be town services such as fire, police, and DPW. Could be another theme, and another thing for another year could be our festival, the winter carnival, the cardboard boat race, the parade. Another year could be history, the monuments or historic
Yeah, well,
buildings.
you did an absolutely wonderful job. And what I will ask that we do, I'm not sure if we want to use this one, another one, but if I could pass it to Keith, let me have the town appropriately frame it, and I would like to pass it back. I'd like to I'd like to have one in the lobby and also give one to you as a recognition of our thanks. This is a wonderful job you did, and the frame will just be our way of thanking you.
Excellent.
So you can present it, so maybe we could have one hanging out there for years gone by, and for you to see some of your finer handiwork.
That's right.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you very much.
Great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful.
Thanks for giving back to the town. Thank you.
I know this is a hazard here.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Candace. Yes.
Keith, do you know how many applicants, how many entries we did have?
No, you don't.
No, Keith.
Sorry,
Keith.
Number of entrants? How
how
many?
many entrants we received?
Nine
9.
entrants.
Okay.
Some entrants actually gave us more than one
Choice.
design, so some had like 4 or 5. But it was tough to see.
Overall, I believe the number was 24, including from all the entrants. Like you said, some had several. I believe there were 24 separate ones that came before the judges for judging.
So a very good response.
Great.
And may I ask, who were the judges?
Judges were a bunch of staff members from the town office building, municipal complex.
It was basically the whole town hall building. We had every single entry on the conference room table. We had them numbered, generically numbered, and everyone got one vote. And we went around and probably every single person in town hall voted.
And we
Excellent.
checked. If their socks matched, then they qualified.
So I take it that Deb Kudermarsh was in fact the person that was in charge of...
Yeah, Deb, I think Mike and Deb came up with the idea, and then Deb kind of ran with it and did a great job at organizing it and following through and putting it all together, and the ultimate decision was everybody's, but she did a great job and deserves a lot of credit for what she did.
I think we ought to thank Deb and all of the individuals that voted and everyone that participated in this. I think it was a good turnout, and it was an excellent idea. And perhaps we can continue it in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Deb, you know how to get a hold of Candace? I would say in the next week or two, we will be getting back to make sure we can deliver, have you pick up the framed thing for you to keep. And again, we will also hang one out there for the people of Merrimack to be able to see, not just this year, but years in the future. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Appointments, we have none. Comments from the press and public? Does anyone would like to speak? Comments from the press and public? Okay, public hearing. We have none. Legislative updates from the state representatives. I see none here. But I do want to remind anyone that was tuning in, looking to see anything about the tolls and that, we have moved that on the agenda. Since Deb Pignatelli had a family emergency out in California and is obviously taking care of business out there. Okay, town manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of items I want to make the council aware of. I received an email today from the state of New Hampshire letting me know that the DES report regarding the Watson Park findings should be received by the town no later than the 31st of January, so hopefully next week we'll get that. Excuse me. The Civic Media Corporation had provided you a copy or a draft of a townwide newsletter that was discussed briefly at a council meeting probably a month or so ago, that newsletter was going to be done at no cost to the town. The expenses that they would incur would be paid for by the advertising they sold. I think that was one of the concerns and one of the goals of the council, to try to get people more involved. Just trying to get some feedback from the council at some point on whether or not they want to move forward with that, so we can try to let the Civic Media Corp know what the intentions of the town would be. So, excuse me, if the council could let me know, or if you want to revisit the issue, I'd be happy to get you copies.
Keith, have they done this type of thing for any other municipality?
They're currently doing it now for, I believe, 3, if not 4.
Could we have copies of one from each town?
Yep.
And given out to the council, so at least we can get a feel for what it looks
Yeah,
like?
I think we did that a month or so ago, but I'll get another one for you.
Oh,
Absolutely.
okay, then if we did, I have to admit, I missed
all
it, and I
right, not a problem.
apologize.
I believe it was.
Okay, I apologize.
That's not a problem, we can get you another one.
Okay, and then, yes,
Is
Betty?
this something we want to agenda
Yes,
for the
I-
8th?
If we have room on it, how's the 8th looking?
It's looking okay right now.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to give you a heads up, the energy will probably be going on the 8th also.
Mm-hmm.
Again. Yeah, I'd love to see that, because
All
I
right.
like that.
I'll bring it back
I think
then.
the advertising may be a point where it'll be interesting to hear how the council feels, but I like the idea, but
Okay.
we'll talk it out.
Great. I met with somebody from the senior center today. The senior center and the church are looking to extend the lease and the understanding for the parking lot. One of the things the church is looking for is to reinstall or refurbish the fencing that was once there. So I spoke with the representative from the senior center, who's going to bring forward a proposal for what that fencing cost may be, and if we can do that sometime in the spring, we'll try to get that squared away. The last thing I had was, we're trying to schedule interviews for the fire chief position in the next couple of weeks, and what I was hoping to do was have a committee of 1 or 2 department heads. It was suggested to have a fire chief from an outside community come in, so we've spoken to somebody who does this from Vermont, who would be willing to come down at no cost to interview, and I'd like to have at least 1 or maybe 2 councils on the interview committee as well. So I'm not sure if any counselor has time, probably not next week, but the week after, to sit on an interview panel. But I would appreciate it if anybody does have an interest in some time to do that, so you can be part of the process.
I'd like to kind of hash that out right now.
Sure.
And first of all, see who has an interest. Betty, you would have an interest in being on that. Is there anyone else that would have an interest? Finley, you would have an interest? Sure. Okay, so I guess what would be fair to say, Keith, is everyone okay with those 2? Is there anyone else that feels that they're okay? So I guess what I would ask is if you could touch base with Betty and Finley on acceptable dates and times.
Great.
And then go from there.
Thank
That
you.
sounds like a great idea.
Appreciate it. And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes.
I would volunteer my services if one of these 2 fine people cannot make that, or something comes up. Totally feel free to call me, because I have no problem being involved in that.
Okay.
You want to be our alternate?
I will be more than happy to be your alternate.
Okay, if there's a need, we'll call you Butler, and we'll let them know that your services are in need.
It's a maid, I don't have a butler.
All right. So we're good there. I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
And does anyone have any questions for Keith? Okay.
Well, get them on.
All right. The only other thing I really have is, put this under announcements or whatever. Before the meeting, Nelson Disco was here, and he had shown up because he thought the toll thing was going on, and one of the, while we were out there, one of the things that Keith had brought up was a discussion at some time, having the council and the planning board meet in joint session to air out that our concerns, or just input. Public input is good on anything. And what Nelson had said was that he thought what would be appropriate would be to get back to his town attorneys and verify that that type of meeting would be appropriate, and since they want to make sure everything goes by the book, we want to make sure that there isn't any type of interference or anything like that. I don't think there'll be an issue, but there could be. But long story short, one of the reasons I bring it up is when I was talking to Nelson in my style or lack of it, when I asked that I wanted to meet, what he had said was that he had to run it by his counsel first. And I made a mistake. And I thought when he said council, you know how we're a new town council? I thought he was talking about his board. So in my inimitable grace, I took exception to that, and I stated that, you know, that bothered me, that we're trying to all have input in the town council, and you're saying that the board doesn't even want to hear us unless all of them agree. Make a long story short, after I proceeded to make a total fool of myself, I realized that he was talking about council, meaning making sure it's legal as opposed to making sure that they were acceptable of it, so. After Keith left, saying, now I know what they're talking about, I apologize, and that's like, I apologize to Nelson. I did misinterpret what he meant by that. I thought I was looking for a meeting, and he was saying, well, we'll decide whether we want to meet with you. And what he meant was, we got to make sure it's legal. So I apologized to Nelson before, and I apologizing to Nelson publicly now. Nelson does a ton for this town, and he deserves better than to have someone like me jumping down him because I don't understand what he's saying. So I apologize, Nelson, and I mean that sincerely. With that being said, I do hope that we are able to get together. I think that people would like to see the town council and the planning board speak and see what's best for the town. So, and Keith, I apologize to you also.
No problem.
No, it was a problem, and I'm apologizing to you.
Thank
for
you,
it.
appreciate it. No need to.
Thank you. Yes.
Are we to, and that, the point of that meeting is to discuss?
They have the final say. This is their jurisdiction. The point of the meeting would be for us to just publicly talk about it. Just discussion is good. We are the highest elected body in town. People have faith, and I think the people would like to hear what we have to say on it. So it would be a forum. They have the jurisdiction, but it would be a way to just kind of have both sides be involved in it. And as Nelson told me, he very much welcomes that. They want all the help they can get. This is a big nut, but again, they have to make sure that nothing happens that anyone later could say that they were put under any, that anything was, they have to dot the i's and cross their t's on a project like this or anyone else.
Okay, I think you misunderstood me too. What's the content of our discussion with them? That's what,
The content basically, I think, would be just from 50,000 feet. What's going on, where are we, what are the expectations, what have the consultants come up with?
so the shopping plaza?
Yes.
Okay, well, we went from tolls, and all of a sudden, you never mentioned that. That's why I want to, what I was trying to get at.
And I get
Mr.
myself
McRae.
all worked up, my blood
You're all
kinda goes
fired up.
directly to my face. So I just spent the last 10 minutes and nobody
Yeah,
knew
I'm
I was
asking you
talking
3
about
times,
Chelsea
and
but me.
Now I understand. Thank you.
Let's get
for
the meeting going
thank
before I
you for the
embarrass myself any
clarification.
more than I have in the last half an hour. It is about the mall. Again, sorry, Nelson. And we'll move on. Next up, minutes. We have 7 sets of minutes we're looking to approve, and the reason we have moved them to the front of the meeting is because since our meetings have been going so long, many times when we adjourn early, it's the minutes that get kicked out. So we wanted to assure that no matter what happened, we would get them. So I will take a motion from anyone to get the ball rolling here. Betty?
Yes, I move the town council minutes of Thursday, November 2nd, 2006.
Second.
Okay. Betty, do you have any changes or anything you'd like to make?
I don't.
Okay, does anyone have, yes?
Minor. Page 2, under new business. The council cross out 2 and just have discussed. And that's all.
Okay, does anybody have anything else? All those in favor of approving the minutes with the change that Nancy made, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 7-0-0. Next up, the November 9th meeting. Yes, Betty.
I move to accept the minutes of the town council meeting of Thursday, November 9, 2006.
Second.
Okay, discussion. I don't see anyone with any changes. So at this time, I'll ask all those in favor of approving the minutes as written, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 7-0.
We're on a roll.
Yes, Betty?
I move we approve the town council minutes of Thursday, November 30th, 2006.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Betty, second by Nancy. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of approving the minutes as written, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 6-0. Okay, next up, the minutes of December 13th. Betty?
I move to approve the minutes of the town council meeting for Wednesday, December 13th, 2006.
Okay, second.
Second.
Motion made by Betty, seconded by Tom. Discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the minutes as written, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
One.
Okay, motion passes 6-0-1 with Tom abstaining.
Mahon.
Tom Mahon, thank you. Absolutely, thank you. Okay, are we on the 14th now?
Yep.
All right. Okay, I will take a motion for the, Betty?
I move we accept the town council minutes of Thursday, December 14th, 2006.
Okay, second.
Second.
Motion made by Betty, seconded by Tom. Discussion? Tom?
On page 4, the motion reads a little difficultly. Towards the bottom, it says, "Motion was made by Counselor Koenig and seconded Counselor Rothaus by." The "by" ought to be in front of Counselor Rothaus. And then I thought, and we'll offer that in the second sentence, it should be support, comma, by way of letter, comma, the efforts of Conservation Commission to support. Just put in 2 commas there to offset the by way of letter.
Do we have anything else? Okay, all those in favor of the motion with the changes made by Tom Koenig, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 6-0-1 with Tom Mahon abstaining. Okay, the minutes of January 4th. Betty?
I move we accept the town council minutes of Thursday, January 4th, 2007.
Okay, second.
Second.
Motion made by Betty, seconded by Nancy. Discussion? Tom?
Page 3, the paragraph, first paragraph starting with Chairman McCrae's. Chairman McCrae feels the budget is level funded as the council requested or had requested. It shouldn't be is requested. So I don't know if you want to change it to had or just leave out anything there and just say as the council requested.
I'm comfortable with requested. I mean,
Okay.
just put
So
just
just
the council
scratch the
requested.
is and-
Yes, I think that would be good.
That was all I noticed.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion with the changes made by Tom Koenig, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 7-0-0. And the minutes of January 8th. Okay, yes, Betty.
So keep on going. I move to approve the town council minutes of Monday, January 8th, 2007.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Motion made by Betty, seconded by Nancy. Any discussion? All those,
I should not have made that motion.
okay.
I was excused.
Withdraw it,
I would like to withdraw my motion.
okay. Would anyone else like to make a motion on the minutes of January 8th?
I apologize.
Move to accept the town council meeting minutes of January 8th, 2007.
Second.
Motion made by Tom, seconded by Mike. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 6-0-1. Again, I can't thank you enough for the wonderful job you do, young lady. I think it's absolutely amazing that we just went through 7 sets of minutes with the changes that came up. Thank you again. Okay, next up, energy conservation policy tabled from January 11th. Okay, to receive an update from the Energy Conservation Commission.
Mr. Chairman, I handed out an updated copy of the energy, the energy policy at everybody's places this evening, so they had something in front of them this evening with the changes that we discussed earlier this
Do you
evening.
have another one?
Would you like that, sir?
Wait a minute, no, I apologize. I should have been able to tell. The fact that it has January 25th so automatically tells me it's the most recent copy.
That's correct, and I appreciate the word of advice.
Thank you. All right. A little bit where we are. I think we started this in July. We knew from the beginning it would take a while. We wanted to get it done right. The committee consisted of myself, Nancy, and Phil Machino. We went back and forth on it for a while, and we came up close to where we felt comfortable. And last week or the week before, we were looking at possibly getting it approved, and Tom Mahon sent in an addition, some ideas, which future reference will be known as what, the Mahon paper?
I believe that's what we referred to earlier, yes.
Anyway, so we tabled it at the time so that we could all digest it. And we met last Tuesday or Wednesday. And to make a long story short, overall, I think it was the feeling of the committee that we felt that Tom had really hit the nail on the head in a lot of ways, and I think his metrics, he really targeted some areas. So being the type of people we are, we immediately appointed Tom to the committee. So if he was going to do good, we wanted to share the glory. Anyways, what we did at that time, we asked Keith Hickey if Keith would take both policies and he would come up with something that he felt he could best manage. So Keith took it, and today he came back. He had removed one of Tom's comma, and he basically handed us the Mahon paper. I think it's an excellent job. Overall, I think it really meets the concerns that the council has been giving for the last 6 months. I mean, and I don't think it overmanages. I think it sets clear goals, and I think it's a piece that Keith can manage to. And again, based on this, is what appears to have gave Keith some of the confidence that he did decrease the energy budget by 7.5% based on using this as a guideline. So with all that being said, it is our intention, depending on the feedback received this evening, that in the 8th, this will come back again. It will be our intention at that time to approve it, in other words, we'll at least bring it up for a vote. Tonight, all we're looking to do is introduce it, this policy, the Mahon paper, to you, and get input, and then I'll think on it. And you have any input to give back, if you could email Keith, and Keith will forward it back to us. Again, that's it. Tom, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. As David said, you know, I added some metrics in here, some measurable goals, or what I thought would be measurable goals or way to do it, including the council's reduction target that we set when we did our goal-setting process late last year. Then added a benchmark in there as a way of gauging how we might try to gauge our success in achieving the goal of reduction of 15% by the end of fiscal year
15.
15%.
Thank you.
Sounded like you said 50.
Well, my tongue tripped over my teeth, so I had intended to say 15.
You were just checking to see if they were listening.
No, that was not it.
Well, we were.
That's the gag that the nuns in school used to use whenever you caught them. I was just checking to see if you were doing okay. There's a section in here that the responsibility and authority piece places squarely in the hands of the town manager to deal with this. Keith added a section in here about exploring energy audit opportunities with energy providers that may recommend other energy-saving choices. This is a continuation of the process that Phil undertook in terms of the lighting in this building, but there may be other opportunities for us there. There is a reporting process in here to keep us updated, to keep the council updated about how we might be progressing, and for the public to understand how we might be progressing. And then there's the usual housekeeping things about effective dates and those sorts of things. The other major milestone in here would be that the town manager is responsible for adopting a detailed set of procedures no later than May 1st of 2007 to deal with specifics of managing the energy reduction process. So with that, I thank the subcommittee for their patience and their understanding, and hopefully this will be something that the council can be proud of implementing, and that it will have a genuine impact on our energy use and on our bottom line.
Okay, yes, Keith.
I'm sorry. If I was a little more diligent, I would have maybe picked up on this before this evening, so I apologize.
No, you worked long and hard on this for several nights, so.
I did. 7 days and 7 nights, by the way. Under 5.1, it says the town manager is responsible for adopting a detailed set of procedures. Is the town manager responsible for adopting procedures, or am I going to be responsible for recommending procedures for the council to adopt?
Well, what we said today, and again, what we said is you're responsible for adopting them.
Okay. That's fine, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we would like you to let us know what they are,
Yeah,
but
happy
as far
to.
as I'm
Yep.
concerned,
Okay.
we approve the policy, and how you do it is your own thing, but it needs to be more than you running around with a flashlight, something.
I hope so.
And what I want to touch base on is there not to be confusion. If this policy is adopted next week, it will go into effect immediately. The procedure is just allowing him that we think somewhere there should be something written backing it up. It allows him time to put it together. But the policy would go into effect the time we adopt it. Or I want to say that Tom may have actually, at one point in your paper,
Last
Tom, you had
paragraph.
3 days or something.
Last paragraph.
Right.
Okay. So, yeah, the effective date would be 3 days after adoption. Okay, yes, Mike?
Yeah, I did. Obviously, I'd like to thank Tom and the rest of the committee for the work that you did on this. What I was looking for and what I am finding on this is you guys actually adding numerals for these stats. This is giving us numbers to work with and obviously a benchmark to reach and to be able to make comparisons with. I'm very comfortable with this, and I'm ready to actually accept this evening. Just one person's voice.
Well, I'm not necessarily against it, but again, I believe everyone has just seen it for 10 minutes. That's why I kind of, from the very beginning, I wanted to take away the pressure on it. And the more I think of it, the more I feel, unless there was an overwhelming thing, that I think it's appropriate for us to hold off on this so people can take a look at it, and if they have anything, bring it up. Again, Keith is still going to manage the way Keith manages, whether we approve this tonight or 2 weeks from now. I think he believes in the policy, and I'm sure he's probably managing to it now. Yes, Betty?
I tend to agree with Mike, because we have one dated January 9th of '07, and it's pretty much the same. So if we...
Well, yeah,
The one
yes,
of
and I want to
January
stress what we're
9th.
talking about, that was the Mahon paper. Because, and what I mean by that, I'm not even trying to be humorous, because there was also the policy by us.
Right.
Right,
I'm just saying, so there's actually 2 procedures dated, the policies dated the 9th. And
Right.
I forgot that. I forgot that Tom did hand this out back then. I forgot
Right.
that, in truthfulness. And it is almost identical, except for the date, and, again, some minor changes Keith may have made to give him authorship.
Well, the 5.5 section, the first one you got is different than the one here.
yeah?
But you pointed that
But
out.
that's the only major change other than the adoption date for the procedures by the town
Procedures.
manager.
Okay, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to allow, if somebody wants to make a motion, I will allow them to make it, and then the council itself can decide what their comfort level is with moving. I mean, if we can move it forward, again, Lord knows we have enough on our plate. It'd be nice to push it aside, so we'll decide whether we want to as a group. Mike?
I'll be happy to make a motion. I move to accept for the town of Merrimack the energy conservation policy that has been put forward to this board on today's date, which is January 24th, 2007.
Second?
25th, sorry.
Second?
I second.
No second?
Second.
Oh, motion made by Mike, seconded by Betty. Mike, do you need to speak to it?
No, I think I think it's a great goal. I think it's something that we needed in concrete to try to achieve, because to just throw numbers out there and talk about things is easily done without having any goals or anything being achieved. This being put in front of us this evening, which would obviously be passed around to the town hall, it's there, it's in black and white, and it's a lot easier to follow. And I want to thank you again.
Okay, I want to at least take a step back on when I said that we need time, and I do think people need time, they need it, but I did forget that Tom had emailed this and sent it, so in theory, except for a couple of what I would say minor changes, the major one only being that there was a date now for procedures, I forgot that this is not the first time it was dropped on people, so I kind of do have a different take. I was just thinking we just handed out our old policy last time. Okay, any other discussion? Tom?
I can't get away without wordsmithing something, so, in section 5.1, the second line, it says including but not be limited to, and I think the B is unnecessary there. They're talking about a detailed set of procedures, including but not limited to a list of things. If it was said, which shall include, it would then say, but not be limited to. The B is just, I don't know the English terminology, but I think it's superfluous in there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But that was the only thing I found.
Tracy, do you have the policy in front of you? Could you make that change, and I'm going to call it a grammar error that does not change the substance?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I don't think we need to restate motions or anything. I think if the minutes show that we made the grammatical change, then I think we can go right on the motions. Does anyone else have anything else to say? Betty?
Oh, I don't have a comment about the policy. I just have a question on some of the deadline dates. Are those dates that the council would like to see put on the tracking report, just so that we don't forget them? Because we're not going to be looking at this like every day. Keith may, but we may not. Such as in 5.1,
Right,
where
May
there is a
1.
May 1st date. And should I tag the
Yep.
the appropriate sections and incorporate them into the tracking report?
Yes.
I would think so, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
And the
wanted-
intent of 5.3 wasn't necessarily to agenda that item, but to at least have the council informed and have it as part of the record, just exactly how we might be proceeding at that particular point in time.
All right.
And at some point, the council may want to devote some time in a meeting to discussing the targets and how we might be, and how we might be meeting those goals.
The only one I was looking at particular is 5.1 and also 6.1, before the end of the fiscal year. Those were the two that I just wanted to bring forth to get your input on.
I agree with everyone else who spoke. I think those two would be good. And again, 5.1, we have asked Keith, at least the Energy Committee did, that once he puts this together, that he agendas that item, so at least it can go out to the council and can see it. Again, not for approval, but just to see what is out there. And what is nice about that date also is the winter will be through us, and I think we'll actually be able to get a feel, what changes did we make compared to last year, and what do we think the policy might have done for us, so
So
I
it'd be
think May
those two
works well.
dates. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else? The only thing I want to say is I want to very much thank Councilor Mahon. Again, we had a committee, we worked on it, and again, we're all getting used to working with each other. And I like to say one of the big pluses is we've been able to speak to each other on different issues and feel comfortable receiving input. And I'm glad that we spoke on it in the end. I was also happy that there were no egos involved. To say, well, geez, ours is good and yours is. I mean, we looked at it and we embraced Tom's because in the end we knew Tom's was the better product. And that means nothing more than on this particular area. I think his background and what he was doing, I think best served it. And I'd like to hope in the future we'll use that as a model, whether we have subcommittees or not. If other people have other stuff to add to it, we need to always embrace what is best for the people of Merrimack. And I think this time around, I think what Tom crafted ended up being working well with all of us. So I want to thank you very much for stepping forward and giving the people of Merrimack a better product.
No, I thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't have gotten to where I'd gotten if you hadn't done the legwork that you'd done before, because that was the impetus for me to try and distill those ideas into this type of a layout for you. And I appreciate your compliment. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else? Then all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 7-0. We, Town of Merrimack has an energy conservation policy. Thank you all very much.
Good job.
Okay. Update on January 24th, 2007 courtroom funds hearing. We received an update from Town Manager Keith Hickey and Councilor Thomas Mahon on the hearing that they both attended yesterday, and I guess I'll point to Tom to start out, and both of you just feel free to go at it and tell us what went on.
Well, if we might, could we have Representative Christensen come forward?
Oh,
because he was the
I
prime
forgot
sponsor
Chris
of the
just
bill.
walked in. I apologize. I'm sorry, Chris. If you could take a seat at the table so we can kind of have a roundtable discussion, that would be great.
Thank you. For the record, Chris Christensen, 27 Great Stone Drive.
Okay, yesterday, the House Public Works Committee held a hearing on House Bill 108, which was sponsored by Representative Christensen and several other Merrimack representatives, which dealt with the appropriation of $300,000 for engineering or architectural drawings for a new district courthouse. The hearing, we had a good representation from the representatives from the community at the hearing, who added their support by submitting their cards to the committee. Representative Christensen testified on behalf of the bill as the prime sponsor, and spoke to the issues that he felt were what were driving the request for the money. Captain Milligan from the police department spoke to some of the security issues and the other things that we spoke about here. Keith talked about, read the letter from the judge regarding his concerns about the facility, and my testimony dealt with the councils, as the council directed, that while, you know, we wish to maintain a very cordial relationship with the state with this regard, but our concern over the safety and security of the facility was was the driving forces behind our vote to not to notify them that we would not be renewing the lease. There was some concern on the committee about whether July 1 was an absolute date, and I assured them that it was not, that we wanted to work with the courts and with the state to assure that they were able to get into space. We understood it took time to fit things out and to set those sorts of things up. You know, there are competing interests in here. If you read the newspaper article in the National Telegraph that was in this morning's paper, you saw what some of the competing interests are. In the capital plan, we're the third project that they've identified, the other two being two county courthouses, Merrimack and Cheshire counties. And as the general counsel to the court system, Supreme Court General Counsel said, there are chances it would improve if it can find town-owned property on which it can build the courthouse. And, you know, other members of one or two members of the committee indicated that was that would work in our favor for their consideration through this whole thing, as if we were able to direct them to a piece of property that could be donated to the state or turned over to the state, or whatever the case may be, for them to build a facility. They do have money in their budget for next year at $15 a square foot, which is more than I think we're getting, what, 11 something?
63, I think.
Yeah, so they had included additional money in their budget to take care of that particular fact that going out to other space would probably be more expensive, and would, the $15 a square foot was their estimation of what would be reflected in the market. They're looking for a couple of thousand square feet. The size of the lot that they would be looking for would be a minimum of 3 acres, so that they would have sufficient room, one, to put the building up, and two, to have sufficient parking. The other thing that was brought up was the fact that the Merrimack District Court has been designated as one of the family courts, and this is one of the goals of the state court system and the state of New Hampshire, is to set up these family courts to try and have a more specialized venue for these types of issues. And as the newspaper article said, that would significantly increase the caseload, because we would be drawing from the surrounding communities, including Nashua. So that would impact that. The only other item was, how, one question that was asked, I think the representative asked you of it, is of keeping the facility in town. Obviously we wanted to do that. There was a social, economic, and financial interest on our part for them keeping that facility here. So I guess that's in a quick and dirty nutshell from my perspective. Someone else wants to kick in?
Well, I'll just fill in that one thing. That was Representative Graham from Bedford.
Oh, okay. I thought so. But they don't put their town affiliation on the bottom of their name. But yeah, that's a possibility. So.
Did you have anything to add?
No, the only thing that, I guess, yes, the only thing I'd like to add is I'd like to spend a little time with some staff and bring to the council some town property that may be of best suited for the courthouse, to see if the council would be willing at all to agree that if the courthouse was to be built in town, that the council would be willing to donate this specific pieces of property. So at least would like to investigate what properties may fit the criteria, bring it forward to the council, and let you at least be aware of what's out there, and then you can determine whether or not you're willing to move forward with something like that.
Okay. One thing
Continue.
I would say, one thing I would like this evening is the council is so inclined, because I think Tom made the point clear what he said, but I would like it to be on the record, is I would very much like to have some type of motion tonight adopted by this council that states that if we so feel that way, that it is our intention and our wishes for the court to stay in Merrimack. I just don't want there to be any doubts anywhere, and if someone needs to testify again, I'd like them to be able to clearly say that the town council voted unanimously that it is our wish and intention that no matter what happens, it stays here. I just believe somewhere it can, because we don't want anyone to gray up the area somewhere, and it's nice to have a unanimous thing going around. That's what we want. So that's my feelings on the situation. I just think we need to do everything we can to make sure we're not picking up the paper one day and see that they've landed in Litchfield. Does anyone so inclined to make a motion? Finley?
Mike had something first.
Yeah, I had a couple questions to ask first. When did you guys actually bring pictures of this facility up there with you?
We did.
You did?
Yes.
The 3 acres total, is that 3 acres of parking and then the land, or is that the whole?
It's everything.
That's the whole package that they're looking for? And
That's what I was told. Let me put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
yeah, okay. And then they seem more interested in actually town-owned land as opposed to rental retail area.
Oh, yeah.
That's
How
the,
committed are you to this process?
right.
And it's sort of, it's a play on put your money where your mouth is.
So we wouldn't actually give them the land, we would lease them the land, and would they build it?
They want us to,
Sign it off to them. Sign it off to them, and then we would not be responsible for building this.
no. No, my understanding is the court system, or the administrative services department, wants to own and manage their own properties. Okay, so they're not, they're starting to move away from their, in some respects with this, away from their use of leased or rented properties
Okay.
to take care of to take care of these particular issues. So, and that's basically the sense I got from the committee was, okay, you got some land, it might benefit you to be able to come back to us and say, in fact, they did say that. It would improve your chances when we go through the capital budgeting process if you can identify a place where we can build this thing.
Now, if we give them the land and they actually build the building, are they tax exempt from
Yes.
town taxes?
Yes,
So that land and building will then be tax exempt.
right.
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Finley, and then Betty?
I think I know where Mike's going. I definitely would like to see what parcels Keith and the staff can pull together for us to look at. I really personally would need that before I could cast a vote, because I have to have a better idea of what we're up against. I think it's a good idea to try and keep it in town, but they don't pay property taxes. They don't pay payment in lieu of taxes. They want a free, obviously prime commercial real estate, something that's quite limited in town, and so I find myself in a dilemma. So that's why I would rather not vote on whether or not we are behind it 100% until after I can see some suggestions. I can see if it's worthwhile for me.
Okay, at first I'm going to go to Betty. And Mike, what I do want to say, Finley, just so don't get lost, and I'm not going to push a vote. I want to stress, the vote is not that we find property to vote. All I was looking for was a very nebulous motion that if all things being equal, it would be our intention, our wishes that it would stay in here. I'm just saying, I was just looking for something that it would be our desire, so that there is no question later. Again, there were questions before I asked of Keith, does the chairman even want us in town? We want it out. I just would like something that the board unanimously agrees it would be desirous if the right thing could come along. So I'm just saying, it was not to build or give or anything, just everything being best, it would be our desire to have it stay here.
I'm with you, Dave.
Okay.
Thanks.
Betty?
One question for Keith, and that is, when the letter was written to Concord indicating that we had no desire to renew their lease, it was also indicated in that letter, if I recall, but there was interest of the council to be able to keep the courthouse in Merrimack.
Yes, ma'am, it was. Yeah.
So there was already a clause in there. Does that help you?
It kind of does. Again, I'm looking, help can be a 4-3 thing that in April it can change. I guess I was just looking for something that we unanimously feel, but if the council does not feel that's necessary, that's fine too.
Was that part of the motion? I had copies of the minutes that I handed out to the unapproved minutes.
It might be in here. You can look
But-
while I ask my follow-up question.
The unapproved minutes I handed out to the committee so they could get a sense of, one, what the testimony was at the public hearing, and two, the action that the council took afterwards. And I do believe that I don't know, maybe I'm making it up. My mind's playing games with me.
That's what
So
I'm-
I'll just leave it there.
The other thing, if possible, is I don't know since 2002 what you may have in your office, but we had a listing of town-owned property, and it was color-coded according to the parcel and what had been already designated conservation and so forth, and surplus and all of that. Would we be able to have copies of that placed in our baskets?
Yes,
So that we can look at that? I mean, I certainly am not trying to put a stop on what you're doing.
No?
But I think that it could not only be used now for us to just kind of look through, but also for the future, when I do plan to put on the agenda something about disposing of the surplus property.
I actually have a GIS map of vacant town-owned property that I could also share, but I found some of the old records, and be happy to make sure that map gets in your
Good. Thank you so much. Now, has any of that information been updated?
No.
Or do you think it's appropriate that we call a meeting of that town-owned property committee that Nancy and I think, were on at one point?
If you want to hold a committee meeting, that's fine. Be happy to update it without that, but it's up to you. Whatever way you choose to move forward is fine.
Why don't we wait for your recommendation? But if we can just have a copy of the
Sure.
color-coded,
Well,
that would be
maybe what I can
fine.
do is I can update the list for you and Counselor Harrington, and if there's a couple of changes, it may not be necessary to have a meeting. If there's significant changes,
Right.
you may want to have that meeting. So let me see if I can do a little homework
Okay,
and get it to you, and you can decide how you want to proceed.
that's fine. And if all the other counselors could have a copy of the
Absolutely. Yep,
color-coded one.
be happy to.
Thank you very much.
Okay, does anybody have anything else? Yes, Chris?
Thank you. A couple of these issues are a little bit procedural, but bear with me if you will. We sort of have a second hit at this. One of Representative Graham's questions was, can we just put this in the capital budget as opposed to passing a separate bill on the side? And we were successful in doing that with kindergarten funding last term. I have no problem doing that, but the point of it is the capital budget comes up for hearings mid-February, so we have a second go at it, if you will. In terms of land, some of this I'm sure you're going to discuss as negotiating strategy in non-public session. But the point is, one point first, anything that's town-owned hasn't been paying taxes in the past, and if it continues to be town-owned, would not pay taxes in the future. So that may mitigate some of that question. It's also possible, if you can find a developer, and this has happened in the past, who would provide his or her land and build on it. You might get the land for $1 a year for 99 years or some other kind of thing that would mean using privately owned land or commercially owned land and not necessarily town-owned land. And I know that there's been some staff searching in the past for possible sites. And I think the Director of the Bureau of Courts, Phil Arell, who was here at our meeting on the 11th, is willing to go over what they've done and what they find acceptable and what hasn't worked and so forth. So I would encourage the council to schedule a time, either administratively or as a town council meeting, to meet with Mr. Arell and perhaps other officials from administrative services and get a better handle directly on what they can and cannot do, and go there before you absolutely go down the trail of town-owned land. Not to say we don't have some parcels that might be suitable, but there may be other things to look at that they've done around the state, or this, gee, I wish we could have found somebody that would have done this for us, whatever else. I think they're quite open in how they work on this, and that might be helpful, even as I say, if it's just done on an administrative level, and then schedule a meeting of the council or an agenda item for the council to ratify whatever sense of direction might be appropriate. And as long as I have the mic, I just want to say quickly that your town manager and Captain Milligan and Councilor Mahon all represented the town very, very well. I was very pleased that they were all there. We did distribute pictures of the town hall and this meeting room and so forth, which were of great interest to the committee. And I think a follow-up letter from the town manager, again, that just says, thanks for listening to us. Here are the key points that we got out of the hearing. And thank you very much. See you in mid-February for the capital budget hearings.
Anything else? Okay, one thing I want to bring up quickly before we move on is, do we have any interest, do we feel the town will in any way benefit from putting any more formality behind the Mr. Mahon, Mr. Christensen, Mr. Hickey group, or any type of subcommittee, so they could be working on this? I'm throwing it out. I'm just saying they went up there, they did it. Chris has been backboning this for years. Tom is involved. I'm just saying, do we want to have them so that they can feel free to be working on this stuff on their own without necessarily having to get direction? I'm just putting it up there because, again, before we know it, it's going to be June 30th. And maybe I'd like to hear the three you feel. Does any benefit, or you think you're just, because again, without total authorization, there's only so much they can be doing unless we give a semi-blanket authorization for them to work, if I'm making any sense. All we've done so far was authorize Tom to testify. That's all we've done. Yes.
I think if we follow up on what Chris said about sending a letter and having the whole council sign that we are in support, we're not looking to throw you out, and we will instruct the town manager to search out avenues for us, I think that would alleviate the motion that you would want to bring to the table
Well,
tonight.
I'm not waiting,
and-
no, that motion's gone, because I didn't feel there
okay.
was support.
But I also think if, you know, we've already sent representatives up there, we've already sent a letter up, but if we sent a follow-up letter signed by all of us up there in support of, we would and will be trying to work with them, I think that's as good as we could pretty much go.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, but that's, I mean, I think what they're saying is it's showing again that we're unified, and I guess what I'm asking for them is, things out there work a little differently than things in here, and the things that sometimes need to be done, and I guess I'm just asking if the three of them felt there was any benefit by working together on dealing with some of those things. That's just.
Maybe a
no-
subcommittee?
Well, that's what I was bringing up, by giving some type of semi-blanket authorization, allowing the three of them to work together, you know, as opposed to them have to come back. That's all. That's all I was trying to say. And again, I'm looking at Chris, and I'm going to recognize you immediately, Betty. I'm looking at Chris. He certainly knows the inner workings there. Does he feel there's a benefit? Does he say, no, things are fine? If they are, then I move on. I'm just trying to do whatever we can do to make life easy, because he is our point man out in Concord. He's the guy that's going to have to get this deal done, for good or for, well, for good or for good. But he's the guy that's got to get it done, and anything we can do to help that. And Tom certainly knows his thing. I mean, when we brought new people on, we said one of the pluses of Tom being on, and Betty and all that, was some of their other expertise. So that's all I was trying to say. And with that being said, I'll go to you, and then I'll go to Chris. Betty?
Okay. I think that it would be appropriate to, by consensus, to continue what we've started with Keith and with Tom. It was made clear by Representative Christensen that there's going to be another meeting in February. And then rather than having it come before the council again and say, okay, who do we want to send? They represented us well yesterday, and I have no doubt that they will continue to do the same. And so I think we ought to just authorize them to continue to go to the meetings. Tom's in Concord every day, and Keith will be attending, and Representative Christensen is obviously there, so
So what
I'm
was-
ready to continue with what was started yesterday and having them attend and then report to us what their findings are.
So what we're saying is that Tom will be our point man on this, and that we're comfortable with him working with Chris and Keith and the betterment of whatever has to be done, and he doesn't have to feel a need to, whatever. So he is basically will be our representative for it.
And when they feel it's necessary to come before the council with an update, we will schedule it accordingly.
Okay, does that work for you, Chris?
That works fine for me. The only other thought process I have is if, I'm going to say administratively, you identify parcels of land that, there was some speculation about things that were owned by other governmental bodies in town, of which there are two,
Yeah.
that maybe there'd be some land swaps or some other things like that, that if that kind of thing turns out to look promising, it may be something that needs to go before town meeting, and that timing should be considered.
Okay, then what I'm going to point to Keith and say what I would like to have done, and again, everyone feel free to speak up if they don't agree, but I would like to see Keith work with the other, well, basically with the library, the school, MVD, or whoever, I mean, I count four, but whatever, with the other concerns, and go work with them, identify, come up with a list of all properties owned by the town, the school, and have it, and put that list together, and I would like to have this as an agenda item, just a courtroom, just a blanket thing, so we can continue talking. So I think we need to stay on this a little till we have a direction. We have a goal, but we're really not sure how we're going to get there. So I would like to see Keith come up with a list of those properties, the acreage, anything, whatever, And in between then, I would expect the three of them may have, in their own eyes, compared with some. There's a lot of these that are going to just be irrelevant, you know? I mean, it's just size-wise. And we might as well come up with the 3 or 4 parcels of land and then decide what we want to go. And as Representative Christensen said, you know, part of that discussion may very well all end up behind closed doors. But at the same time, I think the next thing should be public. We should identify what there is. And in between time, I think Chris will probably have 2 more weeks of what's going on out in Concord and get a feel for what we can do. So I think we need to keep it on the front burner. Is anyone okay with that request?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that'll go on the 8th, the courthouse again, and Keith will have a list of all properties owned by the school, the library, the MVD, and us, and it'll be clear who owns it and the acreage of each one. Okay, do we have anything else? And to touch base, I do not believe we need a vote anymore. I think Tom has mentioned, I think it's clear, and after this discussion, and our mouthpiece is Tom, and he can very clearly state that the council unanimously feels that that's what we want to do, if the right deal, for lack of a better word, can be struck. Okay, anybody have anything else? Okay, next
Thank you,
up.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, thank you very much, Chris. Okay, reconsideration of hiring freeze. To reconsider the hiring freeze was put in place by the council on January 11th, 2007. Basically, when I asked to put this in place 2 weeks ago, my aims were very clear. I wanted to get through the budget process, that's all I was looking for, and see where we were so that nobody was hired and we had to have mud on our face later. Overall, with that being said, I think we should discuss it and see if we're all on the same page. Does anyone want to bring it up now? The first thing we need to do is have a formal motion for reconsideration. Betty?
I move that we reconsider the hiring freeze as put in place by the town council on January 11th, 2007.
Second? Motion made by Betty, seconded by Nancy. Betty, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would briefly. The reason why I voted for the hiring freeze to begin with on January 11th was because at that point, we had not completed our budget reviews and our final step in making additions and deletions after we heard the overview from each department. It was not my intent to place a hiring freeze on forever and a day. It was to get us through that process, which we are now through. So as a result of that, I think that it's time that we reconsider the action that we put in place on January 11th, and it would actually be my recommendation to lift the hiring freeze.
Okay, Betty, would you like to make a motion to that effect?
You're still
Unless
reconsidering.
somebody
You made a motion that was seconded, excuse
Oh.
me,
to
Chairman.
reconsider, yes.
All right, well, with that being said, then, do we have further discussion on whether we want to reconsider the motion, reconsider the policy per se? Tom, did you have your hand up?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor of reconsidering this item, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 700. The item is now on the table. Betty?
Yes, I'd like to put a motion forward for discussion, and that would be that, that we lift the hiring freeze that was put in place by the council on January 11th, 2007.
I second for discussion.
Okay, motion made by Betty, seconded by Mike. Okay, any further discussion from you, Betty, on the item?
Not at the moment. I'd like the opportunity to listen to my fellow members.
Okay, Mike?
Yes, I'll be happy to discuss this. As we're going through the $25 million town budget, which is an awful lot of money to be going through, I felt it was imperative, and I have been an advocate for quite some time, to have a hiring freeze in the town. With that being said, I did not realize how much of a wrench that was going to be thrown into the hiring of a new fire chief, and for the plans that were going on in the police department, I thought that we could let those things go in process, but they had to be included into the hiring freeze, which is why I am taking that under consideration at this moment. That does not mean that I will not be for a hiring freeze in the future, but I need to realize that these things were in progress. They needed to be done, and according to the procedures, they could not have been alleviated from the motion that was made that evening. So I think that's all that I have to say, and thank you.
Okay. I'd like to speak if I could. I am in favor of lifting the hiring freeze because, again, I was looking forward to accomplish a specific goal for 2 weeks that I felt it accomplished, and I'll be voting to lift it. At the same time, I understand Mike's concerns, but also the bottom line is we have a budget process, and we have times that we say what we allow him to have. That's what we have spent the last month doing, saying you can have this position. I mean, again, the people make the final decision, but we said we want you to have this position, we don't that. So in the end, we're saying we're allowing you to do it. And then for me, the idea that we're saying you're allowed to have these positions, but before you actually do it, you need our permission again. That's kind of conflicting. Now, there are some very legitimate reasons sometimes for hiring freeze. Big thing is you could get a terrible winter, and you could be in fear of overspending your budget. That's a very legitimate thing to say, hey, we need to get from here to there. We can't hire nothing because we just have to make do. But overall, where we are now, as Keith has said, we are, unless all of a sudden we get a bunch of Blizzard 78s back to back, we are not in danger of overspending the budget. Okay, we're in good shape there. So this year, I feel we're okay for him to fill positions that are there. And as far as next year goes, I mean, we already went through what we think is appropriate. What I would like to see, though, and I put this much more under the eyes of communication than anything else, is I'd like to get into something, if this passes, where we have an agreement or understanding with Keith, if the council wants, that we at least have a better understanding when someone leaves. I mean, again, I found out Deputy Stavanger was leaving in a coffee shop. I found out that one of our public works people had asked to be demoted, I guess long after the fact. And I'm not saying it matters if it don't, but I mean, it's nice to know what's going on in the town. Lord knows I have people asking me. So what I would ask is that if this passes, we consider just having a formal direction, whether it be by consensus, to ask Keith if we could use the read file. Again, something we've talked about needs to be beefed up, where if there is an opening, something goes in the read file just saying this position is opening. Not that you need our permission, that this is open. And the other thing I'd like to have at the next public meeting during the town manager report, we let the people know the vacancies. We have 3 vacancies. It's twofold. There's nothing wrong with letting the people know where we have shortages and whatever. And there's also nothing wrong with letting people know if there is a shortage. I mean, if I have my druthers, I always want a person from Merrimack applying for a job. So I guess I would just like communication. I think it's a good thing for the council always to have an idea where we are workforce-wise. Not for us to give him permission or bless him, just an automatic mechanism for us understanding where we are. So that's my 2 cents on the whole situation. Betty?
Actually, I think that's a good idea, because I don't, at this point, I don't want to implement a hiring freeze. I don't think it's necessary at this particular point. As you say, it may be later on. But I'd like to think that the manager should be able to have the authority to go forward with the listing that he provided us prior to the hiring freeze. I do agree, however, that with regard to any personnel changes, whether that be somebody that has resigned or whatever, that the appropriate notification be given to the council so we don't hear about it on the street, and so we're aware of what's going on and what his plans are. If he plans to advertise it or promote from within, just a little note. And if he plans to go out, just indicating he plans to advertise with a higher range of this to this. And I think it's going to eliminate a lot of questions that we may on individual basis be calling him, because he's a busy person and doesn't need 2 or 3 of us, or whatever the case may be, calling and asking, when in fact it should be our responsibility to go into that refile. And if we don't to get the information and we hear it off the street, then.
Shame on us,
then-
right.
That's
If
right,
it's in
shame
there,
on
shame
us.
on us.
Because we have a responsibility, and that is to read that read file. And it should be in the confidential read file, because it is a personnel matter, along with other things that we get in there from attorneys or what have you. So I think the key is communication. And now that we have Keith on board, I think we're going to see that more. I have full confidence in that. And so I don't want to put anything hard fast at this particular point on that.
I want to just stress, in case anyone at home doesn't understand it, because again, micromanaging is a catchword that is used constantly. There's a difference between permission and communication, and all we are saying is another way for communication. That's how I'm looking for. I want to stress that the motion on the table is totally separate. I mean, I'm just saying, well, the motion is to lift it. I just said give it my 2 cents during it. Further talk about
Communication.
further discussion about the issue as a whole or the item that's on the table. Okay, all those in favor of lifting the hiring freeze, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? 700. Then the next thing I would like to ask is, and again, I think it's important not to make a motion on this. Again, we're working as a group. Keith, are you comfortable?
Absolutely. No,
Fantastic.
not a problem at all. Happy to, I know it's exactly what you're looking for, and we'll make sure you get that.
Okay, you're okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, then as long as no counselor has an objection, then I say we're good. Thank you. New business, donation from Merrimack Ambulance Rescue Service Auxiliary submitted by Deputy Fire Chief Frank Freitzel.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I have before you a request to accept $1,250 from the Merrimack Ambulance Rescue Service Auxiliary for the purchase of pediatric advanced life support bags. Currently, we do have limited equipment in that area. We went out and did some research, and to purchase 3 bags, 1 per ambulance, we'd be looking at approximately $3,000. With our in-house expertise, we've identified what we have, what we need, and feel we can do it for the $1,250, and Mars has generously stepped forward to offer that money in order to complete this project. So I'd ask that you accept that funding so we can equip all 3 ambulances with pediatric advanced life support bags.
Okay. Yes, Nancy.
I'd like to move, and then we can discuss. Move to accept $1,250 in funds from the Merrimack Ambulance Rescue Service Auxiliary for the purchase of advanced life support equipment to treat pediatric emergencies.
Second.
Motion made by Nancy, seconded by Tom. Discussion on the issue or questions for Frank?
I think this is a no-brainer. I'm not sure what discussion. Obviously, it fulfills the needs that you've identified.
Yes.
It's nice that all 3 ambulances are going to be able to have the same equipment, and there's no reason not to, and I thank Mars for offering this.
Okay, any other discussion? Tom?
Thank you. Frank, I think you summarized that originally these were going to cost something on the order of $2,500 a piece if you were just to go out and buy them brand new.
I believe it was more than $1,000 to $1,250.
$1,200 a piece, so it
Complete
was-
package.
okay.
And what we're doing is we already have some of the equipment.
Right.
So we're basically getting 3 for roughly the price of 1 by utilizing what we have and increasing the additional stuff that we need.
Is this, what's the word I want to use, equipment that's going to get used up if it's ever used, or is this equipment like a defibrillator that would be used over and over again?
This is predominantly disposable equipment, i.e. it's used once, and some of it is replaceable at the hospitals. I'm going to defer to one of the paramedics. Most of it, John, is replaceable. I mean, probably one or two items that we would have to replace, but again, not at $1,000 cost. Fair statement? Thank you.
Okay, so the additional stuff that we don't already have is stuff that we'd either get replaced out of the hospital's
If we
staff
were to
or
use it, yes.
supplies.
Personally, I hope we don't have to, but
I
yeah, if we
absolutely
use it,
do
it's
too.
no
I'm
different
just-
than a lot of the equipment we use daily. We can exchange it through the hospital. We basically get it replaced by the hospital. There's probably one or two items that are in there that they don't, we would have to purchase. But again, not to this expense.
And I'm not trying to argue against this. I'm just trying to bring out into the public discussion a little bit more of what value is being added here and what we're expanding or increasing in our abilities. So,
With your permission, I'm going to defer it to John, as John's chosen one of our full-time firefighter paramedics to speak to that much better than I can. John?
Excuse me, I have a cold today, so. Basically, we carry a lot of advanced life support pediatric equipment on our ambulances. The importance of these particular items is it's a catalog system. When we're talking about medicine for adults and for pediatrics, it's very different. If I'm treating a pediatric patient, most of my drugs are being based on weight, rather than if I'm treating an adult, a lot of them are based on you give this, you give 1 milligram, or you give 25 milligrams. Whereas when we move into pediatrics, a lot of it is you give a certain milligrams per kilogram. What the equipment that we are purchasing, it is some of the actual equipment, but more importantly, it's a bag that catalogs this equipment by size appropriate to certain age groups. On the ambulance, we carry what's called a Broslow pediatric tape. It's a length-based measuring system that we actually take the actual patient, and from heel to toe, it measures. And if you've ever been in the hospital and you see the crash cart on the side with the color-based drawers, that's exactly what this system is, except it's in a bag and it has colorized modules. What we do is when the child is a certain length, it lists the intubation that we have to do for this child is probably going to be this size endotracheal tube. If we have to give epinephrine for a cardiac arrest, instead of me saying, okay, I have to give 0.01 milligrams per kilograms for this cardiac arrest. This patient is 22 pounds, that's 11, so now we're looking at 10 kilograms. Now we have to say this. We carry 1 milligrams and 10 cc's. It basically says, for this, give 0.3 milliliters. At 3 in the morning, that's a great help.
That's a good thing.
And what it is it's literally color-based, so if it lands in the dark purple, we grab the dark purple part of the bag, and we know that the endotracheal tube will be the appropriate size, that the interosseous, the needle that we have to put into the bone, would be the appropriate size, and all of the, actually gives us our dosages calculated out for that, because there is a strong correlation between length and weight for the particular age groups. So some of the equipment that we don't have would be certain smaller IV catheters, some repetitive endotracheal tubes. So each, instead of a 3.5 millimeter tube being in one spot, we might have 3 of them, and they cost about $2 each. But we know that once we grab that one pack, we have everything we need to treat that pediatric patient, because with pediatrics, time is very critical. So it's very important, and it makes it a lot easier for us, and it makes us to be able to treat them much quicker and much more efficiently.
terrific. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mike?
I appreciate the question, and I appreciate the explanation, because Nancy's over here just yes and
Trying to
everything
tell
does.
him.
She's a nurse. And we're wondering,
I'm
you know,
going,
pediatric,
you know, it's
pediatric, we
catheters
understand it's children, but we didn't actually get, because there was no description in here, and we didn't understand what it was, and I totally thank you for the explanation, and obviously for the question too, because she didn't want to fill us in when we asked her a
I'm a
question.
little disappointed in you on that one, Nancy.
At first time, we asked her for a little leadership, and she left us out to dry. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you
Get you back,
very much.
Mike. I'll
I
get
have
you
to
back.
say that my eyes were doing the same thing. I'm listening to him with my ears, and I'm watching him. I'm paying attention, and you did an excellent job, by the way.
you did.
But also, every once in a while, I would take a little side view at Nancy, who is going like this instead of...
How's your neck?
So I knew he was right on target with everything that he was saying. So, very good
Okay.
job, thank you.
Well done.
I do want to thank, if I might, thank John for for coming up not only and speaking, but John did all the research and development for this project, so I figured who better to speak to it than John. So thank you, John.
Awesome. Thank you, John.
Yes. I'll get you back.
Yeah, like hell.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the council?
We have a
There's a
motion.
We have a
motion.
motion, we have it, no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 700.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much.
With our thanks to Mars, yes.
Okay, next up, acceptance of $2,500 from the city of Nashua for pandemic flu planning submitted by Captain Doyle.
We're getting money from Nashua.
That's what it says. Let's see.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Town Council, Mr. Hickey. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening regarding the acceptance of a check in the amount of $2,500 from the City of Nashua for pandemic flu planning. The City of Nashua, through the Department of Public Health and Community Services, has issued a check to the town of Merrimack for the sole purpose of regional pandemic flu planning. I'm actually here in front of you as the chairman of the Avian Flu Committee, and more or less the reason for the committee's acceptance, or your approval of the committee's acceptance, is to cover the costs associated with personnel involved in the regional pandemic flu planning process. Our members, myself specifically, at least in this case since Chief Pepler has moved on since October, have been attending the regional planning committee meetings every month, and they're held down at the Lake Street Fire Station in Nashua. The purpose of the funds and the reason the funds are earmarked for the pandemic flu planning process is to cover the costs associated with personnel going to those meetings for mileage and for hours worked over and above and beyond their regularly scheduled work hours. That doesn't necessarily apply to me in this case because I'm a salaried employee and I try to make those meetings whenever I'm working, and they just happen to have most recently fallen during my work hours. So there have been zero funds expended for that purpose at this time, although our committee is made up of 9 individuals, some of whom may need to be reimbursed at times for mileage and the like. So having said that, I would ask that you consider accepting that check for $2,500, and if you should have any questions, more than happy to answer any at this time.
Yes, Mike.
Thank you, Captain Doyle. How have the meetings been going for you?
Oh, very good. We've actually, which meetings? The
For
local
the-
meetings or
yes.
the local meetings have been going very well. Deputy Chief Ratzel is now a member, a representative from the fire department. Since Chief Pepler has moved on, I felt it was important that we still have a representative from the fire service to actively participate in the local meetings. We actually have the committee made up of a number of individuals. If you give me a minute, I can name who they are. They're Kathy Nato, who is really the unsung hero of the whole committee. She's the, I believe, the administrative assistant is her title at the fire department, and she's a whirlwind when it comes to keeping the minutes and the like. Mike Milligan, who is the soon-to-be deputy chief of police. Nick LaValle, our media coordinator. Cease Curran, our health officer. Jill Vasciano, who's our representative from the Merrimack Village District. Matt Chevenel, who's our representative from the Merrimack School District. Pat McGrath, our citizen at large, as well as he works very closely with the people at the school as well. Peter Batula, who is the town's elected official to the general court, and I stated Deputy Chief Ratzel, and myself. There are 9 of us, and at any given time, there are at least 4 to 5 of us who can attend the meetings regularly. Most of us have a number of other commitments, especially around this time of the year, that we haven't been able to attend. But the meetings are monthly, and the meeting minutes are posted on the State Department's town's website regularly. And if anybody is interested and wants to attend, they are open to the public.
Did you find high cases of the flu this year, or was it below average?
Right now, we haven't seen a pandemic that, I don't want to say is expected, but that we've been planning for. In the back of everybody's mind, the avian flu has kind of been always out there, and all the eyes are turned toward the Centers for Disease Control and the World Health Organization to give us a better idea about where the hotspots in the world are. And thankfully, right now, relative to the avian flu, those are overseas, and they're not here on our shores yet. There's a concern that they may arrive. This pandemic planning process is not restricted to avian flu planning. It is generic in nature. In the event that there is a mass inoculation that has to be undertaken, we have a pod site or a point of dispensing site here in Merrimack, as well as around the region, the Nashua region, and that's the reason for the regional planning concept, to put the whole hazards plan together. And what we are intending on doing is being able to put that plan together as part of our avian flu plan, so that we have a mechanism in place that we can actually get that vaccination for whatever it is, whatever pandemic it is that arises, get that vaccination to every community member over a given period of time in as efficient, as an effective manner as we can.
Just one more quick question. If there was a crisis, where would inoculation center be here in Merrimack?
Right now, that spot is at the Merrimack Middle School, the brand-new one right up here in Madeline Bennett.
Thank you, Captain.
Okay. Tom?
Thank you. Captain Doyle, it said in this acceptance agreement that the $2,500 is to pay per diem and some hourly expenses as necessary. And any unexpended money at the end of the project needs to be returned to the city of Nashua.
That's correct.
How long does the project expected to go? And
That's going to be determined by the Department of Public Health and Community Services in Nashua, who is the point group, if you will, from the state. The state is actually the central repository for a lot of the funding, which has been dispersed out regionally throughout the state. The Department of Public Health and Community Services is the point person for this region. So when that process is completed, and really what we're doing right now is putting that all hazards plan, that regional all hazard plan together. Once that all hazards plan is complete in final form and has been approved at the state level, then the project would be completed. We're in that process right now, and actually part of our plan incorporates the all hazards plan. That's why we haven't come to this council yet to review the avian flu pandemic plan, which we have sitting and waiting. We're looking at probably having that all hazards plan done by, I believe, the beginning of the summer. We have a number of benchmarks that we're trying to approach at the regional level, one of which is a tabletop exercise that's going to take place in February, which will more or less give us a better idea about where we really have to refine our efforts. And what the all hazards plan is doing is taking the bits and pieces from the region, Merrimack included, which will show what the pod sites in those different districts are doing and where they need to go and how they fit into that all hazards plan regionally.
okay, so we don't have a specific end expected date. You're saying by this summer you expect to have it, or?
That's the information I'm getting from Donna Arias, who is the National Regional Planning Health Coordinator for the Department of Public Health and Community Services in Nashua. And she's the one that's really driving this particular steering committee. And she's given us an idea that probably by the summer we'll have that plan complete.
And this money needs to, any leftover money returns to the city of Nashua. Is it truly the city of Nashua funding, or are they just acting as a conduit for the state?
They're acting as the conduit from the state. The state has got a grant on the federal level and has then dispersed that throughout the regions. It's the Nashua
Region
point
that
group
we're talking about.
That is, yeah, that's exactly right. They're the ones who disperse the money throughout the regions. Some of the regions include Pelham, Hudson, Hollis, Merrimack is one of them, and there are, I believe, 8 pods or point-of dispensing sites, not including Nashua, around the Nashua area that make up the all hazards regional plan.
Thank you.
But if we leave any money on the table, we write the check to the city of Nashua?
That's correct.
Okay, can you give me a comfort level? We won't be writing any checks, so you're gonna spend all $2,500?
I'll do what I can.
I got faith in you. Mike?
I move to make a motion. Pursuant to RSA 3195B, warrant Article 22 of the 1994 town meeting and the Charter Article 815, the receipt and expenditure of $2,500 from the city of Nashua to cover the cost of personnel participating in the pandemic flu planning process.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Betty. Further discussion on the motion? Nancy?
Actually, hopefully, it's not related to the motion, but I do have a question. Is this appropriate or wait till after?
Ask.
Okay. Does this involve the Department of Homeland Security plans at all?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Because you're probably aware that there's a national emergency responsiveness plan that's being set up, and it sounds like a similar setup, that there has to be designated sites nationally, regionally, locally. So I didn't know if they interfaced or not.
They do.
Okay.
It's not directly through, but it's through the Department of Health and Human Services. But it works closely with the Department of Homeland Security, who directs the Strategic National Stockpile.
Right.
And that's another whole component associated with the plan at the state level that they work with.
Okay. So a lot of the plans that you're making actually could be utilized in those kinds of situations?
Absolutely.
Probably. Okay. Thank you, that's all.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 7-0-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, finalize budget and review warrant articles. The final 2007, finalized 2007-2008 budget, and final review of warrant articles. Okay, make a long story short, we have spent, I would say it's fair to say, a good 2 months on the budget. And in the last week, 2 weeks, I hate to see how much we have spent. We've gone over a lot of items, we've tried to get input, and I like to think we've been fair, and as Tom Koenig put last night, and I'm in total agreement with him, is we have a first stage. We have a draft, and to me, that's what it is, a draft that we're going to be putting forward to a public hearing. At which time, if we get input at the public hearing, and we want to make a change before it goes on the ballot, we could. But I believe where we have the work we've put in it, at this time, I would like to make a motion that we move forward to the public hearing, a budget of $25,531,163. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Finley?
Thanks, Dave. I feel I've done a lot of contemplating in the past, actually 12 hours, I would say. And it's on how I personally went through this whole budget process, and it's different than what I've done in the past. And I think when we look at big business across the country, I've always been surprised that they completely ignore the human component of their operations. Bottom line is the most important thing to them, and I understand business in that regard. I think they unfortunately lose out on a lot of, whether it's productivity or just, the different things that go with having employees on board. I received an email, as I think everybody did, from Bruce Morrow today. And I'm reminded that back a couple months ago, November 2nd, according to the front page of my minutes, actually, that we recognized him for 30 years of dedicated service to the town. And it jogged my mind. It made me realize that I failed to consider the human component in the way we do business in town. We came up with the desire to stick to the $25,500,000 budget and not exceed that. And I jumped in on board and wanted to make that work, failing to contemplate all of the different pieces that come into the equation. And so it pains me to say that I probably won't be supporting the budget we worked so hard on, and I apologize for that, but I have a personal code that I have to live by, and for me, it's the best choice to make. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Finley, I'd like to take a second on that, because I do believe we all have to speak to what we feel, and my feeling is, I also feel that the human condition has to be appreciated, and the human condition that I try to look out for overall is the 28,000 people in the town of Merrimack, and many of whom aren't able to stay in this town, or not able to pay their mortgage, and not able because of the taxes. And again, I don't like to think of myself cold or anything else, but I believe our job is always to do a bottom line, and I don't believe there's any place to say, well, this individual deserves this because I believe he's a good guy and he deserves it. I believe it's my job to find the absolute best way to run this town. I believe that. I believe that's the charge I've been given, and I believe it can be considered cold, but I don't believe I should at any time say, Well, this position is more needed because somebody has been doing it for 20 years, and we have to keep him there 10 more years. I look at it as a business, and I really do. I look at it as, the bottom line is, there are people that call, that talk, they can't afford it here. I don't believe it is my right to decide to keep anyone on for a higher amount of money because they, quote, deserve it. To me, my obligation is to the taxpayers of the town, and again, it's all how we see our job. And I've seen my job from day one, it is the obligation of this town to provide necessary services and do it at as low a possible cost. And that's period. And again, I don't regret the way I've handled this, and I am sorry that sometimes positions get lost. At the same time, to me, the public conscience, the people I care about, and the people that I feel is the woman that's 72 years old that can't pay her tax bill. And that's where I feel I have to go. So I very much respect how you feel, but again, I don't believe I have any place in deciding that certain employees should stay on a job that I don't feel we need to do in order to, again, provide necessary services. And that's respectfully said. Betty?
I'm not going to go into detail on this. I think that we could be hitting some shaky ground here. What I do want to say is that I received the same email as everyone else did. This is the end of January, and this new budget doesn't kick in until July 1. If it's changed at the deliberative session, that may make a difference. If it's not, I have full confidence that our town manager will do whatever he possibly can to accommodate those individuals, try to work with them. It is a difficult situation. But there may be openings that arise. There may be other opportunities that the town manager would be able to investigate to assist any individual who is in fact potentially losing their job. I know what it's like. My job was eliminated, so I feel for anybody. But like I said, I think that we have a town manager on board now that cares about this situation and is making every attempt to address the situation. Thank you.
Tom?
Thank you. I think I've made my feelings known on this. I feel like we've gone a little bit overboard on the budget cutting. I think our goal, while magnanimous, was a little too much to try and say that the town of Merrimack will cut back $1.5 million from what the department heads and the town managers requested last year, and then hold that line a second year, while at the same time there are pay raises going around, there are cost of living increases, there are other expenses around town. It's been argued that the budget was too fat, that there was plenty of room to move things, but I would argue that we have yet another aspect that we should be taking more care of. I agree with you 100%, Dave, on not having to sit here as a budget committee and concern ourselves specifically with individuals, but we do have responsibility to the employees of the town in general and to having a satisfactory and efficient workforce. And I think in any business you go to, you'll find that your human resource is your largest and greatest asset. And if we don't work to give them a good working environment in a comfortable place where they can feel secure and feel appreciated and things of that nature, we're going to lose that asset. They're going to move on to other jobs, and you might argue that that's a good thing. On the other hand, all of their knowledge and experience moves with them, and we're suddenly left without the background to do the jobs that we need to do. We've lost quite a few people in the past. I wouldn't be surprised that we lose more. We're running this town in a situation that I think is creating a deficit issue as far as maintaining our infrastructure and maintaining our satisfaction level of not only the people living in town, but the people that are trying to do the job of running the town. And so I feel like we have fallen down, and I can't support this budget because we're not doing what's necessary to keep the town running efficiently, delivering the services that the people are expecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, motion is made. Mike?
Yeah, I'd like to speak with this too. Obviously, Finley, you know I didn't want to take this job to whack, to just come in here and whack jobs. You know how I am. That was absolutely not my game. And that's not even my genetic makeup. I don't like doing that. But we're looking at a time in our lives where we either put up a sign, welcome to Merrimack. If you do not make 6 figures a year, you are not welcome. This is almost the point that we are at here in this town. And I can't take this personal. Unfortunately, I have to keep putting this out of my mind because this is about the people who live in this town who want to continue to live in this town. And I had this discussion with my fiance before we made a decision to add on to our home in this town. Do you think, hon, if we spend this money here, are they going to price us out in 4 years? We have to make this decision. We either run and hide or we stay and fight. Now, we're looking at an $80 million budget between the school and the town for a town of 26,000 people. It's an awful lot of money. When we ask the town employees to maybe give a little bit back to maybe help out the people that live in this town, it's every man for themselves. Yet they look at the people in this town and say, well, you have to feel our pain, but they don't want to feel the homeowner's pain. And that's when you have to sit back and say, you know, I got to put my personal feelings aside. I don't want to whack anybody's job. I don't want some guy out there that's trying to provide for his family all of a sudden say we have to lay somebody off. But there's problems with kicking in 1% of your salary for health care in this town, and there are people very, very angry with that. And you ask the average homeowner in this town what they would do for that type of insurance policy, what reply will you get for that? How many people get 4 weeks a year vacation? Finley, do you get 4 weeks?
No, but I just want to stress, as our rules and procedures,
You're right.
we talk to the
And
chairman. I just want to stress.
You know, I don't want to do this, Finley. I really don't, but somebody has to rein this in. We have to rein this in. If more people would get together and work, look at how we have 7 totally different opinions on this board. We really do. We're all different individuals. But we're all very cordial of each other when we discuss things. Tom and Dave on the Energy Commission, guys are 2 different guys on the opposite side of the fence, but they've worked together to meet in the middle there. We need our employees, I think, to work a little harder with the people of this town so that there is affordability for these people in this town. Because what's left? What do? We have no route to take except for this, to bring these things in. I don't want you to feel that bad, Finley, because you know me, dude. I'll have a tough time going to sleep too, okay? Because it's not something that I want to do. But you know that it's our obligations as Americans to try and reel this back in, because it's not right to say if you don't make $100K in this town, get out. And I feel bad. This is what we're here to do. We have to put our personal feelings aside. We have to look at what we're paying for and what we are getting for, and we have to make a decision. I do not, repeat, Finley, want to send anybody home without a job. Can we ask their fellow workers, if Finley, if you worked with me and you were going to lose your job, I would tell my boss, dude, I'll take less pay so Finley doesn't go home without a job, but that's personally me.
If we could wrap it up.
I'll wrap it up, and that's all I have to say, and I will be supporting this budget this
Okay,
evening.
and one thing I want to stress, and it's one thing I think this council has done well, something I haven't always done well in the past councils, but it's something we've done well, is to try and appreciate that just because one of us feels one way and one of us feels another, we don't have to force that person to feel that way. Mike has every right to vote, to feel that way, and Finley has every right, and Tom does, to vote that. In the end, and that is why we're not seven kings. To deliver the session, they can come right in and do their thing. They did it last year, the other way. And then the voters can do their thing, and that is we have, and I'm just saying, we speak our thing, we do it respectfully, but I've been on councils, boards in the past, and again, I've been as much of the problem as anyone, is where sometimes you get into a thing saying, Finley, you're a bad person. How dare you think that? And that we don't do that, and I'm proud as a council we don't.
And that's why I did want to clear, I see how that's eating you, Finley. And even your comments at first was, you were in support of this, and then within the last 12 hours, I've changed my mind, and I see it bothering you and eating you up. This isn't fun, dude. I don't think this was fun for any of this, but we know it's a necessity.
But we are doing what we feel is right, as Finley is doing with his, and that's why I want to stress, one of the rules and procedures that Tom came up with, and it's a healthy one, and it's not a big deal tonight, but someday it will be a big deal, is it is important for us to talk to the chairman and the group. Because the minute we begin talking, even though this was very positive, that is where, again, I've been there. I'm the poster boy. That's where it goes back and forth, so we would talk to it. Okay, Nancy.
Mr. Chairman, I too had a lot of emotional kinds of reactions and feelings about many aspects of the budget. And I concur with every single thing that everyone said. Mike, Tom. I also, however, have faith that the circumstance we're talking about, that we received the email, can be resolved. I don't think it's a budget issue. I think it's a discussion about what's available, what's going on, what's possible. I don't think it's the intention, if possible, that anybody would get laid off. And we are not privy to that. I think we could communicate our wish that that not happen and try to resolve it. But I am going to support the budget because I have faith that that can be done. And that the money is not the issue. It's the availability and arrangements that could possibly be made. So.
Okay.
Can I ask for a clarification?
Yeah.
I've heard now several times people saying that they hope that we aren't laying people off. And yet, the discussion that came about and was written up in the newspaper relative to the fire department's 8103 account is that $110,000 must come.
I don't believe that's what Nancy was talking about.
I understand. I'm asking for clarification.
Okay, clarification. I believe Nancy was talking about the email that he talked about with that
Exactly.
individual.
That's what I was referring to. That's correct.
I don't believe she was talking about every position.
You won't answer my question?
Yeah, Tom, I will answer it.
Well, I'm trying to ask it, and you interrupted saying that wasn't the problem, so.
No, I thought you were saying, I thought what you said was that Nancy was saying there wouldn't be layoffs.
No.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
What I was saying is I'm hearing from several people that we don't want to be laying people off. Maybe it can be found a way to do otherwise.
Oh.
That's what I was hearing from more than one person, is maybe there will be a way not to lay people off.
Oh, I don't believe that for a minute.
Oh, okay.
I don't. With the current budget the way it is, there's going to be layoffs.
So the article that I read that said that the 110,000 would have to come from that line item and not from the fire department's line item. Was that the understanding of this council? Is that how that cut was going to go down?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was not my understanding when I voted, but I voted no. So,
Right.
I did the best I could there, but I'm just hoping everybody understands that. That's an absolute requirement. I didn't realize that we had the ability to make those kind of demands on the town manager, that he had authority, and it was stated in the charter, it says he has authority within a department's budget to move the money, but he has to come back to the town council to move it from department to department.
Oh.
And now we're talking about specific line items within a department. He must maintain a cut that was requested or voted on by the town council.
Oh, yeah. In other words, once it's approved, it's his budget. He can do what he wants, but right now, he has to listen to what we want. Once the people approve it, he can do whatever he wants. But right now, we have authority to remove items. Okay, Mike?
I'm sorry, Dave, just for clarification, one, I did not receive any email. So I have no idea whatever that is that's going on.
He was asked to pass on.
And two, for clarification was, I said, coming into this job, my intentions was not to just come in here and lay people off. That was what I had stated. If going through the budget, I see that there needed to be, or to rein things in, I must do what I need to do to perform this job. That was just clarification.
I'm going to ask, first of all, what I'm going to ask is we're going to go to Nancy, we're going to go to Tom if he cares to speak, because everyone else has. And then I think we've all said what I'm saying is, if anyone has further to say that they want to say their position, I would like us to do it at comments from the council at the end, if we're okay with that.
Sure.
And, I mean, if we want to talk about other things, fine, but if it's about trying to get our personal position out, I think we need to go there, because right now our item is whether we're going to move forward. It appears a couple of councils are going to vote against it. That's okay. Again, we have a body of 7. But I don't want to get so much into our personal thing per se. We have a vote to do. And our ideology, I think we can talk about during comments. So Nancy, if you have anything else to add?
I was just clarifying for Tom that my response was specifically to the email.
That's fine. Thank you.
Tom, would you like to weigh in? Okay.
I
Yes.
did have a question, and it's not regarding the email. I think that through this process, before we actually take the vote on the budget, my comment is that during this process, I put forth several motions that did not pass, the things that I suggested cutting, and it didn't pass. And I think we all did that through this process. We put things forward that we thought we would get support on, that we didn't. And I think that if we take a step back and we look at that, and if we had to use that for justification, perhaps most of us would not vote for this budget for one reason or another. I can't think like that. I can't say, well, they didn't support things that I put forward that I thought should be cut in lieu of or whatever, so because of that, I can't support this. I'm hoping that things will work out. I'm not going to elaborate it on any further, but I will support what this council as a whole has done to come up with this number, and keeping in mind that it's ultimately the voters' decision to tell me whether they felt I did the right thing or we as the council did the right thing. And they can either say, yay, good job, or we don't like what you did and we want to change it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you read the motion, Tracy?
Yes, the motion was made by Chairman Craig and seconded by Councilor Harrington to move forward the public hearing a budget of $25,531,163.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? Tom, was that an affirmative vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2 with Finley and Tom in the negative. Okay, next up, if we can go to the warrant itself. And these all get moved forward to the public hearing also. Is that a correct statement? I'm asking, not telling.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I get,
Except for the Article 1, that would not be discussed at the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. So what I would like to do, again, I see us doing our recommendations after the public hearing, so what I'm looking for is, as far as wording, that type of thing, whether we're comfortable moving it forward. That is what I believe I'm looking out of this exercise. Tom?
I have a procedural question. I'm wondering if we're going to define the default budget to go into Article, whatever comes after 1?
That'll all be amended by Paul. This will all be revised now that we've
Okay.
actually voted.
Yeah. And Paul will put it in an
This is just
initial.
what we have on the, I asked Brenda several weeks ago to start a a draft warrant, just so that we would know the subject matter that's on it so far.
Yep.
And to see if anybody had any comments or deletions or additions that they would like to go forward with this.
Okay, what I would like, though, is, Tom has brought up a good point, is just prior to the public hearing, I would like, on the 8th, I would like us to discuss the default budget and have Keith and Paul come up with what they feel an appropriate one is, and then we, as a council, will determine what we want the default budget number to be
On the 8th.
on the 8th, and that way we will have a number for the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Tom, for bringing that up.
Okay.
Okay, other than that, is everyone comfortable with what we're attempting here? We're not agreeing, or this isn't about our policy per se. It's items on there. If we do reach an area where we don't feel as a council that we have a majority, then we may want to pull it off. Again, we at least want a majority to feel this is appropriate to put forward. Okay, Article 1, it doesn't matter. Article 2, we have put the number in of $25,531,163, and Paul and Keith will come with us on the 8th with the default number. Okay. And again, the articles are blank because it could change depending on how petition warrant articles come in. Is that a correct statement, Paul? I always thought if there were money items, they had to go towards the top. That's incorrect?
I believe petition warrant articles come after all the ones that were.
Okay. So is there any reason we haven't put numbers on there yet? What will change? Because I know in the past, items have changed number-wise. I'm going to start with Keith and work around if everyone.
I apologize. Again, I guess just to reiterate what Councilor Spence mentioned a minute ago, this is a very, very, very draft of the warrant itself, just to have the council see what is being included in the warrant. The wording will certainly change, and we'll run it by legal counsel to make sure that legal counsel is comfortable with the wording. But I think what we were trying to do was to let the council know what is being proposed on the warrant itself, as far as the different issues go, and make sure there's no concerns, or if we forgot something, or the council feels as though they don't want to see something on the warrant, we can remove that. So we will place warrant articles on there. There's no reason why we haven't, and we'll also look to change some of the wording and some
You've
of the
given me a comfortable answer. So you're saying the reason you don't have numbers is for whatever reason we may want to change the order, and it's unimportant right now.
That's correct.
So if I use numbering during this, it will just be for clarification. It may, in the end, whatever we get, we may be changed for whatever reason. I think we're comfortable, and I want to continue at least to see what Finley had to say, and Betty.
Keith,
What
listen to me.
What he
Told me
said?
what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you.
Likewise.
All right. Okay.
He's a genius.
Next article is, shall the town of Merrimack vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Merrimack Town Council and AFS-CME Council 93, Local 3657, supervisory employees of the police and fire departments, which calls for the following estimated increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. 2006-2007, which is this year, a zero increase, $0. 2007-2008, 3.75% increase, which is an effect of $133,805 in that fiscal year, which will be the year we're coming into. 2008-2009, 3.75, $73,750 in that fiscal year. In 2009, 2010, 3.5%, $71,179 in that fiscal year. Okay, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $133,805 for the 2007-2008 fiscal year, such sum representing the additional costs attributed to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels paid in the prior fiscal year. The passage of this article will result in employee health insurance contributions of up to 10% of premiums. These savings have been factored into the estimate increases set forth above. This collective bargaining agreement covers supervisory employees of the fire and police departments. Okay? And on it, I see right now they have so far recommended by Town Council 610. Keith, is this fair to say that this wording has been run through our our labor attorney?
Yeah, we basically took the same language that was in last year's warrant article and just updated the costs and have included in bold the supervisory employees of the fire and police departments in the warrant article itself, because there seemed to be some confusion or some perceived confusion last year that people may not have been sure what employees this union represented.
Okay. All right, are we comfortable for now, since, I mean, basically what it's showing is how we voted on the item itself. Do we want to do all the recommendations at once, or we're going to do them as they come?
I think we'll do them once, right?
That's what I would say. I would just assume strike out that recommendation for now, and then we'll do all the money recommendations when the time comes, and that way we'll be consistent. Finley?
You're talking about on your, on the wage and benefits numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, the only reason
This
I thought we might
recommendation here, yeah.
leave that is because we did in fact vote that way. So I don't know that it matters.
It kind of really doesn't. I was just looking for consistency. I mean, I'm good either way. If we want to just leave it there because we know that's how it's going to be, I'm cool. I just figured I was just looking for consistency since we're going to vote on all the money items. Okay, if no one cares either way, then I'm good with leaving it. All right. Again, that's not to say if Mr. Malzone was to ever change, I mean, we can change this up until the very end. I mean, I'm not even trying to be funny, I'm just saying what's here can always be changed. Your number's in the book, right, in case anyone wants to change their mind?
My email address, too.
All right, anyone have anything else, Tom?
Yeah, the 133,805, that's already incorporated in the 25 million, or is this in addition to?
Addition two.
Okay.
We're all good, I'm going to move forward. Next article, shall the town vote to authorize and expend up to $30,000 for the purpose of installing fencing around the perimeter of the Merrimack transfer station? Okay, what I want to do now, and we can talk if we have to, this is something I brought up, when they came forward, I said they might want to put on it. To my knowledge, we've never discussed it publicly, and I haven't talked to anyone about it. So we can decide whether we want to talk, or we may feel we're in unison with doing it. So first, I'm just going to do a quick pass and see if we're comfortable with this being on the warrant. And if we find out there's issues, then we should discuss it. If we find we unanimously agree or disagree, then I don't think we need to spend 15 minutes. Tom, are you comfortable with this item being on the warrant for the people?
Yeah, the area that they want to fence, you can, we got this huge double drive, this huge double gate. You walk right around it, right at the front door.
Okay, so
Don't elaborate. Whoever doesn't know it knows it now.
Could you repeat that?
I have no questions.
Doesn't take a genius to see that.
No.
I'm okay with the people deciding. I may have been uncomfortable putting it in myself, but I'm okay with the people deciding if they want to fence off their transfer station. Betty?
I'm fine with it.
Tom?
I appreciate you pointing out that this hasn't been discussed before, because I looked at it and wondered, where did this come from? But I don't have any problem with leaving this one on here. I think, like you said, it's appropriate if people decide they want to do that, to let them do it.
Okay, and Finley?
I concur.
Okay, then, again, has all of this gone, the wording, has this all gone through legal yet? Okay, when we show up next week, could like this, I mean, I think most of it's no-brainer stuff, but at least if you could pass it through them.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I just didn't want to do that until we had a.
Well, we even found it's going to stay on, right? No point running it by him if we say get it off.
Trying to save money.
So we agree the 8th, this will be on, so we're going to go through this right up until the time that the bell sounds.
Right.
Yep.
Good enough. Shall the town vote to increase the net income for the disabled exemption of not more than $45,000 for a single applicant, or if married, a combined income not more than $60,000 to become effective April 1st, 2007? Again, I think we have already talked that we want to put it on there, I believe. Either Councilor Mahon or Councilor Spence has brought this up in the past. So does anyone have any problems with the wording as they see it? Finley?
Not with the wording, with having it there, I just wanted to make a comment, if you
Sure.
mind. For this item and the next, these are items that, because my mind is still in the old way of putting things to the ballot, it's not necessary, and this is something that I think, I'm with you on leaving it here, But I think in the future, we should be contemplating that that's the business of our council right now, to do these things. And I didn't even think about it for myself. I can only speak for myself when we discuss it. But I think it's something that we could have dealt with.
Just for the record, and I recognize Tom, I think when Tom brought that up, we did discuss it.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
we discussed it, and Tom actually brought up that he was comfortable with, that we would do it, and I think overall, the council felt that I think we consciously, at least the majority said, we know we can do it, but we prefer to bring it to the people. So I think we did
And I
have a
obviously was with you at
discussion.
that point, because I don't think I missed the meetings. I just
No,
didn't remember
we
that.
did have a little bit of a discussion.
Because it
then.
is something.
You were here
but-
because you
got my
were a
problem.
prominent part of the discussion of the second one.
Yes. You're right.
Okay, did someone,
Thanks,
Tom,
Nick.
did you have your hand up, Tom?
Yes, I did. There are a couple things that I'd like to see. I would like to see what it is today and what we're changing it to. And I would also like to see some kind of a indication of the net effect that this would have if it went into effect. If it's only a $60,000 hit on the tax rate, or if base, or if it's, you know, a $250,000 hit on the tax base to pass this change. We have done that in the past.
Right.
And I would think that would be an appropriate addition to this wording, to let people know more about what they're voting for.
I agree totally. I think it might as well give them numbers. This is what a vote means.
The impact of it.
Yeah, and again, the purpose of this one was to align these limits with the other exemptions
Elderly.
that had income tests on them.
Okay, Keith, you comfortable with the direction on that?
I know exactly what you're looking for. You're looking for it in the warrant article itself, not just an explanation of what the impact is going to be.
Yes, when they go into the voting booth, I want them to realize we're moving it from 60,000 for married, or from whatever it was, 50 or 40,000 for married, to 60.
No, you can't put impact in the warrant.
We have in the past.
Not on the warrant, we've always done it in the voter's guide.
The education.
You can't put it on you can't put any impact of the tax rate on the warrant article itself. It's only in the voter's guide that we can do that.
Why
We
not?
can explain that at the
State law.
deliberative session. When we read the question, what the impact's gonna be.
Okay, can you put what it was?
No.
Can't even put what it
Can't
was?
put what it was that you're moving it to?
Oh, yes, you can certainly
you
put
do that.
from
Yeah.
X to 40, absolutely.
40,000 to
But you can't put
60,000?
the, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I understood that, but then I definitely agree.
I wanted both of those, and if I can't put an impact, which I thought we had put in the past, but, you know,
That's been in the.
but it
voters'
certainly has been in the voter's guide, no doubt, and I thought it,
We can put.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I thought.
Paul, what I would like, Keith, what I would like, it's always good to have it at the end. Could we get something in writing, 10 seconds, but just verifying that it has never been done before? I heard everyone, I just like something in writing that we have verified that and it cannot be done.
Sure.
That way, it's just, we're not
Just
questioning memories or anything.
Something from our legal
We've
counsel.
checked into it.
No
It
problem.
can even be you. I want something that outside of this room, we've
is
double
beyond-
checked and we're good. That's all.
I'd be happy to do that. No problem.
Because what's gonna happen, yes, Betty,
I think it's governed by, I think the wording for these is pretty much governed by state law. So it may be just a matter of going to that statute.
Yeah, I can verify it.
Okay, and the reason I'm saying that is Tom is not the only one that's thinking that, and I was thinking that, and I'm not disagreeing, but I guarantee there's someone at home, and they're gonna have a voicemail on my message, I'm telling you. They're saying, we have done that, so I wanna be able to clearly say, no, our memories are not on this, we have checked, that's all, I want something definitive. Thank you. Okay, so what we have gotten is we're gonna put what it is now and put what we're looking to change it to. That would be the change on this. We're all in consensus with Tom. Okay. And we'll get something so that if someone calls me, I can sound intelligent like we researched it. Next up, shall the town vote to increase the optional veterans tax credit from $300 to $500, the maximum allowed by law, with an effective date of April 1st, 2007. Okay, I know we're good about putting it on here, because we discussed it when Tom brought it up. We good with the wording? Mike, you got your hands up first?
Yeah, I was for putting this on the ballot. My question was, shall the town vote to increase the optional veterans tax credit? Could you explain the optional part? to me? Does that give the,
There's two forms of veterans tax credit. There's a straight credit of $100, and then there's the optional one, which you can take up to $500. So there's two exemptions provided in the law. If you choose the standard exemption, and I think it's called a standard exemption, I forget, there's some language in there,
I
but
mean, up till about 3 or 4 years ago, there was a straight $100 veterans tax credit. And then there was legislation adopted a few years ago allowing communities to increase that veterans exemption from $100 to anything between $100 and $500. So that's the optional means it's optional to the voters of the community whether they want to adopt more than $100.
thank you.
If I could just go that, Mike, what we'll do for the next time you see this sample warrant, this draft warrant, is we'll make sure that we have the pertinent state statutes attached for backup for your personal use.
Thank you.
So that you can tie them in. And then if you have any further questions after that, I think it may help.
Okay.
The only other,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
the only other
Tom.
question I have is if we're voting after April 1st, can we make it retroactive?
Yes.
You sure?
The tax year begins April 1st. So if
Well, I understand that, but
Okay, if the community votes in the middle of April, have it effective April 1st, 2007, you can do that, yes.
okay. There was something that came up a couple of years ago that because we voted on it after the date, it wasn't effective until the following April 1st. And I don't know that it was the veterans or the disabled or the elderly, but I thought it was one of those tax credit kind of things. And so
was.
I just,
Yeah, you're right.
It was a disabled veteran from a $700 exemption to
to 1,500 or to some
14 or
number.
something like-
yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
And
There
it
was.
wasn't,
but if you,
DRA kicked it out and we couldn't make it retroactive or
Right.
something.
Right,
if you
the
would
intent was
specify.
to make it retroactive, but it wasn't specified, and then when it went to be applied, it was a mess. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we all good with this?
Yep.
Okay, this next one, this is another one that I put into, where'd this come from?
Me?
Oh, okay. All right, then first, I want to go around with if people are comfortable with it, and so we'll go around quickly to just see if all 7 of us say it should be in there, then we can decide on the wordsmithing. Tom?
oh, I'm not going to
Comfortable?
support it, but I mean, I'll put it, that's okay to put it in.
I'm fine.
Fine.
I definitely ain't going to support it. But I guess I'll agree with Tom, put it in. Patty?
I'm not saying I support it or I don't support it. The reason why it got there is because there was discussion at a past council meeting, and there were various opinions on how people felt their boat registration fee money, where it should be going, state versus town. And so I put it in there as a placeholder just to bring it back to the council to say, is this something you want to bring to the voters? You want to do nothing with it? You want to scrap it? What do you want to do? And as a matter of fact, I believe it was Councilor Malzahn that actually, I said, I'm going to put a placeholder on this, and if you want to run with it, feel free to do so. But that's how it got on. It wasn't something that I was trying to keep track of discussions that we had that were sort of leaning towards perhaps a potential warrant article
I remember.
to see what the council's interest in, and Councilman Malzahn had approached me and said he was definitely interested in that, so that's why I put it there.
Tom?
I'm not in support of this at all, and I don't even appreciate the way it got on there. I think that it should have come forward as a discussion item. We could have either decided to enact it or put it forward to the voters. I don't think the way it's worded is sufficient. You talked about wordsmithing, maybe that has to happen too, separately, but I think the way it is, it's too ambiguous. It doesn't define anything, and
Okay.
it's hard to tell what the will of the voters is, should they vote up or down on this.
Finley?
I'm willing to have it on for discussion again if we're going to do that, to decide
Okay.
on a recommendation.
All right, what I'd like to do is, first of all, is just I have no issue with it being here because I personally feel that, and I think maybe it wasn't clear or not clear, but I've never had an issue with someone putting one forward, and that's why, to me, we're here now deciding, to me, this is a discussion. So if I was putting it here, I'm very comfortable, and I appreciate Betty doing it. I mean, because that's how we get stuff forward. Lord knows I'm not writing notes. But what I would like to do is, I am gonna make a motion, because I really don't like it. So I'm gonna make a motion that it be removed from the warrant. And if there's a second, then we'll have a discussion and we'll do it. Okay, motion made by Dave, seconded by Tom to remove from the warrant. And my feeling is very simple. I heard every thing that was said by by Mr. LaRue and other people and Mike. But I also go to what I've heard Tom Koenig say, and I really feel strongly on this. Man, if that's the case, then I want the next item to be that a portion of the registration fees go to road improvement. I mean,
Absolutely.
it is, and every other fund should go to something. I mean, it is part of our revenue, and we use it. And if the town, if somebody wants to put a warrant article petitioning it, then that is their right, and I don't deny their right to do that. But I myself, we need revenue. The more revenue we take away, the more taxes we have, and I personally, I just feel if you do it for boat, why aren't you doing it to the road? It's not against boaters or anything else. The minute you start separating all your revenue, now your taxes are going up. I'm not comfortable with it. If somebody wanted to put a petition warrant article, I'd feel that was their right, but I don't feel a need as a councilor to put this item on the ballot for the people. That's my feeling on it. Okay, further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of removing this item from the warrant, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 5-1-1 to remove this item from the warrant.
There is a mechanism, Dave, for collecting an extra fee at registration time to be dedicated to roadway maintenance. The city of Manchester has it, and a couple of others, but I mean, if there is a mechanism to do it,
Okay.
I'm not speaking for or against it, I'm just saying that there's a mechanism for that if that's what you're interested in.
Okay, I'm really not, but if that went forward, then I think I would have had an obligation to feel what's fair for Peter is fair for Paul, but since it's not going on the warrant, then I'm comfortable that I don't feel need to pursue. Mike?
I appreciate Betty for the opportunity to try and get that on that for me. I do appreciate it, and I would like to ask all the boat owners in Merrimack to send their bills up to Concord. Thank you.
I knew that was coming.
There is another way, too. Also, there could be any one of you people out there that can get 25 signatures and put it on there.
I'll be back.
Okay, that's a good thing. I would stress whoever does it, Tom Koenig had some intelligent things to say, as always, but you probably want to, if you put it in there, you probably might want to get specific on
The language in
dollars.
here would not fly.
Yeah, so you probably want to get some specific, and my recommendation would be to go to the town manager and get some help on the wording so that yes.
I wrote the original article. I don't think, evidently you don't want any help from me.
We have learned in the past that when you don't put dollars and don't make things as clear as possible, there's really no enforcement that this is whatever. And again, Betty's intention was to put it up for discussion, and that's what we had this evening. Mike?
Yes, I also have another one for discussion, or should I come back with 25 signatures?
Why don't we wait till we get to the end?
Okay.
Because I have one also.
The answer is, I guess Betty just answered it. All right. So let's touch base on this because I'm kind of, I won't say I'm out in left field, but we need to begin putting words to this. So term of chairman obviously doesn't make it. I was looking for something like the Supreme Court.
No,
Till you die.
no, sorry, Dave.
Dictator for life?
Yeah, no.
I think that was Idi Amin, wasn't it?
I can't comment.
And we saw what happened to him. Edie, save a room for me. Okay.
Actually, that is to straighten out the problem that we had when we were going through the charter I'll speak on this one.
Wait, can I just jump? I just want to say, and I did know that, I'm just saying, we just need
Okay.
to get strong, we need to
have
get
to-
wording as
actual
far as
language.
explaining to the voter.
Yeah, well, this, like I say, is a rough draft, we were trying to keep track as we were discussing things. I was saying to Brenda, make sure you write these down that we need to. This is a very first rough draft, just so that we didn't lose sight of subject matter
Yeah.
that we needed to consider to
Yeah.
move forward to the warrant. So it's the term of the chair and the vice chair.
Okay, I got it, then what I want to do is, again, the same thing, you know, we've talked about it, we've never had a vote that I know, I think we all feel the same way, is the way it is now, since it started in July, the way the charter would read is, in theory, the chairman and vice chair would stay until the end of July, and it can become a cycle. What our intention is that at each reorganization meeting each year, that's when the chairman and vice chair get reappointed. And we're looking for language, I believe, to correct that. And I think I'm just looking for a quick head count if we all agree that's something that we agree should be changed in the charter. Tom, I know you've made
Yes.
your feelings. Nancy?
Aye.
Mike? Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Keith, if we could ask you to get together with the appropriate parties.
Maybe Counselor Koenig can help me with the wording.
Since I helped you craft the other stuff, I'll help you with this.
That's great.
We have to sit down, we'll have to take an afternoon and sit down in the next week or so and sit down and.
Yeah, I'd like to, if the 8th, we could begin seeing something, if
No problem.
possible.
Happy to.
Okay, all right, conflict of interest definition is proposed by the ethics, anyways, the wording, how is this gonna be?
The wording is exactly the way the Ethics Committee would like it to read. We will put the appropriate section numbers and all of that in there, but basically, the wording that's here is the original wording from the warrant article that was passed by the people before we went into the charter.
Okay,
So
all right.
the Ethics Committee met, and they brought this language forward. I've been working with Mr. Berry on this, and this is the end result.
Okay, is this, but you said a little formalization needs to happen.
Well,
before-
yeah, as far as, the section, such and such, and this is another thing. I mean, all of these here with the charter is something that I actually spoke with Tom Mahon on and said, help me out here on this, because he's the most well-versed in the charter stuff, along with Finley. So I said, give me a hand with these and the process and the deadlines, and maybe you could speak very quickly as to what we have to do with these.
Well, you have to have the actual language. You have to publish it prior to a public hearing on the amendment. So that has to go forward in concert or parallel with the budgetary process, because we've got to get these done in time for them to be placed on the warrant. We also have to take whatever language we have and have them passed by an attorney to certify that they don't conflict with any federal or state laws. Okay, that's a requirement that we have to have under state law for the amendment in line with that memo that I passed out to you last week about how the process goes. So we have to come up with the language, we have to publish it, we have to have separate articles for each, for the changes, and do the public hearing, and then move it to the warrant.
Can I just ask a quick question?
You can ask anything.
Thank you. If on a charter change, that's not a change of government, a public hearing and a vote of the council wouldn't suffice for typos?
I don't know.
My understanding was.
I will quickly tell you, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, and I don't mean to muck up the works. My
Yeah.
understanding of the charter was with the change of, any type of a change of government, it would, for example, going from 7 councilors to 9 councilors, just to give you an example, please don't do that.
Even bigger.
Please don't do that.
That would need to go to the voters, because it'd be a change of government. But if you're correcting an and to a the, It's not changing the form of government. I think all you need is a public hearing held by the council, and the council would then vote on, I can double check
Yeah.
that if you'd like, but it may minimize.
And if that works,
What's on the ballot.
I would love that, because
Yeah.
I would like nothing better to have the people not have to deal with typo. That way they can
Right.
look at the two other items in the substance. If you could get something by the lawyers and put it in writing for us, we'd appreciate it.
No problem. I can do it.
And that would be lawyers as opposed to council,
Yes.
which is not council.
Understand.
Yeah, I'll never make that mistake again. Yes, Tom?
On this one, considering the conflict of interest, I think we're still on that one.
Yes,
I recall we had the discussion with Dick Barry when he was here. I didn't realize the Ethics Committee had had a vote. I haven't seen anything back from them on what they would like to do. So I guess what I'm suggesting is there's a lack of backup on what we're trying to propose here that I think we're looking for the council to support going forward on the warrant. And I'd like us to hear more about and discuss more about exactly what we want that wording to be. And I mean, I was not uncomfortable with what's in the charter, so I'm not prepared to just say, let's change it. I'd like to have some more discussion on what we would be changing it to and/or why.
Anyway, I'm in agreement with you. I'm just thinking somewhere else. We have no way of, do we have anyone with a calendar that can tell me if the ZBA is meeting the 8th?
They're meeting tonight.
The ZBA, oh.
What I'm looking to do is bring Dick Barry in here with something and have him just talk to us one last time, so we.
I think they're meeting tonight.
We can attach also the copy of the Ethics Committee minutes. I mean, like I said, this is just a rough draft for discussion, just placeholders for everything. But we can certainly include, for backup, the discussion that the council had and the directive that was given. In addition to that, a copy of the minutes of the Ethics Committee when they discussed it and what their decision was, because we pretty much put it back in their hands to come back to us with what they would like to see.
I agree that we did, but I didn't think we said, and we'll do whatever you suggest.
We didn't.
Okay, well, that's what I heard you suggest here, is this is what they've asked for, and I've put it in here to go forward. And so I'm just saying, I'm hoping that we're planning to have a discussion about it and understand the ramifications, the pros and cons, what do we have now, what are we talking about going to, and
Right.
things of that nature. My feeling, and I'll state this, is that I thought whenever a change to the charter was going to come before the council, it would come forward as an agenda item for the council to discuss and either decide to move it forward or not. This is coming forward as a.
we have to do that.
We have to do that.
That's why
Okay.
we have, that's why you
All
have.
right, so I'm surprised to see him on a draft warrant, and so, because that implies to me that we've already done that.
No. This
Well,
is
it
a.
does imply it to me, but that may not be your
No, it's
intent.
a draft, it's just a working guideline to make sure that we didn't forget to consider something to go on the warrant. It's not the intent of you accepting it or not, but merely, is there anything that we've missed that we need to work on as far as language and backup before we have the discussion? And it's kind of a time-saving thing.
Is that one tickler file?
Yeah, that's basically what it was meant to be, and nothing more. And so if I gave you the wrong impression, I apologize. That is the wording that they would like to bring forth, and so I just stuck it in as a placeholder because that was the result of their meeting. But as far as your backup and everything, you're going to get it, and we're all going to have the opportunity to decide at that point before we make recommendations and before we actually do a warrant up. So it's just to, I mean, as a matter of fact, I've just thought of another one that I didn't put on the list that I want to say, should we be making a placeholder to discuss this? And that's the purpose of this.
But, and I'm in agreement. I see this you bring it in front of us, and what I would like is if you could get a hold of Dick Barry, and I'd like an agenda item. Again, if we're going to move forward, we might as well we do it there. We okay with that?
Well, I would hope that the next time this goes on, we're going to have all of the backup and the appropriate wording,
Right.
so Dick can come in and talk about his proposal to put a warrant article forward.
And that's why I'm just
Why?
saying, I heard words that specifically has to be agended per se, and that's why I was saying if we're gonna do it, can we take care of it on the 8th and have it be the agended item that we need to meet this? No.
Need a public hearing.
Okay.
And you have to publish it.
You can have, if I could,
Yeah.
you could have Mr. Berry come in on the 8th.
And work out the
if-
kinks.
If the Ethics Committee has voted already for language, and you could have a conversation of what the intention of the Ethics Committee was, and the council could decide whether or not they wanted to change any of that language, or they were satisfied with it, so that language could be then published in a public hearing notice and noticed properly. But you can
Yeah.
certainly have a...
When would we have to hold the public hearing by? That's,
All the public hearings, I think, are on the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken, for the budget and the warrant. I haven't got, I do have
I mean, our budget public hearings are the 15th.
the 15th, I apologize, 15th.
Okay, so I guess the famous word is how much advertising do we need?
Quite a bit.
7 days.
7 days, yeah, I'm sorry, you need 7 days in advance, and the intention that I had was, I actually spoke to Brenda about it this morning. We would like to advertise in 2 weeks. I think it's 2 weeks that the paper in 2 weeks, I believe, is when. We can, again, what we can do is we can advertise, if we can advertise in the National Telegraph, which would give us a little more flexibility, because it's a daily paper rather than a weekly paper. And we could certainly put the other information on the website and on public access television channels and those types of things to make sure people are aware of it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you one of the reasons I'd like you to consider putting it on, in a weekly paper, is I heard you, but I'm just saying this, is it, people need to be involved, and what happens if you put it in the Journal, is they are gonna cover it. It's just that you're taking it, you're putting it, you're whacking them in the head, and then they'll do an article on it, and that will get some type of response. So
Yeah.
that's why I think there's a plus.
I don't disagree with that at all. I guess that what I was looking to have the Journal do was to do a fairly in-depth article on the budget itself and some of the key dates. But we may not be able to meet the deadlines for the public hearing notifications, so we could have the Journal provide the publicity for what's going on, but the public hearing notices may have to go in the Telegraph just for
And
timing purposes.
I say this with no intent to be funny, but if I never in my lifetime ever have to sit up here again and apologize for screwing up an election, it won't be too soon. So whatever we need to
The
do.
problem with the Journal is that you have to put in like 2 weeks ahead. 10 to 14 days ahead, it has to go to them, so it gets published, so you lose that
Right.
flexibility. If we had wanted, if that was our intent, we needed to be here 2 weeks before talking about these things, so that we would have the language prepared to go in, by the 8th, actually, if we wanted, if we wanted to have it on the, or earlier, actually by the 1st, in order to meet the.
So basically what you're saying is you may do the national papers, but your ability to deal with the press, which is very well known.
Thank you.
You're gonna use that to get the publicity we need.
Yeah, the legal aspect would go to the Telegraph because we've got more flexibility, as Councilman mentioned, but my inept ability to talk to the press will be in the local papers.
Yeah, and what I would like to is, again, I know it's all in the charter, I really would like something laid out on paper, and I know we have it, but it just would be real clear to see again for this charter stuff that we have it out, that we're all on the same page. So we don't miss, again, I hate to have to rely on her waking up in the middle of the night again. Again, these are references you weren't around, but we screwed up, I screwed up the date of the election for the special
I
election.
heard. And I laughed about that when the next community over. Now it hits home a little more.
I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning, out of the blue,
I
no
couldn't be at the
reason.
polls because of that mistake. I was really disappointed.
That's correct.
Not the worst of getting a call while you're in Hawaii being told
Yeah,
you
right.
won.
I can think of the worst things.
Yeah, that you lost, right?
Well, the key thing is a quick moment of levity is, I did campaign for other candidates, but in the back of my mind, don't think I hadn't thought, from my end, it was probably the best thing that ever happened, because all I would have ever heard was that you ended up losing because Because as it was, people give me too much credit that I had some diabolical plan. All right. What we're going to get is Dick Barry here to give us a dry run, and on the 8th, we'll do the public hearing, and we can, at least when the public hearing shows up, we'll be a little more well-versed and comfortable. Okay, so you're February 8th, we're filling up quickly, ain't we?
We sure are.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I would like to request that these come to us on the 8th individually as standalone items, not on a town warrant with the town seal and all the verbiage of the front. I mean, it looks very much like a finished warrant that you're just waiting for us to adopt. And that's part of the
Then what-
frustration that I had. And
What I'm
so-
getting is, Tom, would you like to remove these items from our warrant? Because right now, we have a working warrant. and
Well, you
would
can have
like-
a working warrant, but I think if it comes to the council for discussion, I'd rather not be the discussion of the warrant. I'd rather it be the items that we
Well,
want.
and that's
on
what
the
I'm
warrant.
saying, would you like to remove it from the warrant until we have the discussion?
We will
Yes.
prepare a separate
Because
document.
it's not supposed to be on the warrant yet, because we haven't voted to put it there, I think. And so, yes, I guess I would prefer it removed from the warrant.
Okay. All right,
We will
well,
prepare a different format and put it in the packet. I know exactly what he's looking for.
okay.
Thank
I
you.
think,
'Cause I want to say, I think, we all know where we are, but I don't think this, I like this, the fact that it's keeping us up with it. But we all good, Tom? You're good with what? Great. All right. Okay, and the miscellaneous items, you're going to get as soon as you can, Keith, something from our attorneys that is going to give us a warm feeling that we don't have to do that.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Okay, at this time, I will ask councilors if they have any other items they would like to see us put on the warrant. Betty, you've mentioned you had items?
I have something that
Do I
comes to
stutter when I
mind.
speak?
Yeah, you do. There is something that comes to mind, and I apologize. It's something that actually just came to mind this evening, and I don't have the appropriate wording for it. But it does have to do with last year's warrant article regarding the land use change tax. And there was a stipulation in there about a management plan or whatever that needed to be done by October. And it really was a little vague as to what we were supposed to do after the October point. It didn't really say come back again or whatever. So I think that's an unresolved issue that we need to look into. And I have talked to Keith about this briefly. And that's why we didn't put it on yet, because we're still a little stumped as to where we stand with it and really what we need to do with it. So I wanted to bring that one forth.
Keith?
Well, I think the conversation that Councilor Spence and I had, in looking at the article itself, there was no real teeth in the article. It said that you would come back, the Conservation Commission and others would come back with a plan by October of 2006, but there was no or what. So at this point, again, there's no ramifications for not moving forward. It'd be nice to resolve the article. I'm not sure you have to rescind the article to do that, because again, I don't think there's any real issue with what happens if it doesn't get resolved. I mean, it'd be nice it's an open item, and it'd be nice to get some resolution one way or another. And I believe when the Conservation Commission chairman was here at some point in the last 6 weeks or so, he understood that needed to be done by October. But because of the change in personnel in the manager's office, that kind of fell off the front page and needed to be kind of rekindled. So I'm not really sure there needs to be a lot done, other than just trying to finish it up and make a presentation to the town council.
If I could just follow up.
Sure.
I think it originally went before the voters at the deliberative session, and it was to dedicate a certain percentage of the land use change tax. And then I think what happened at the deliberative session was that it got amended. And when it got amended, it said that there would be, no, I'm just paraphrasing, that there would be no change and that 100% of the funds would continue to be dedicated until this study in October of da-da-da was finished. But then it didn't say anything else after that as to, and then another vote will take place or whatever. It just kind of left us in limbo.
If I might,
Sure.
there was, I believe, a sale pending that was going to gain a large chunk of current use tax. And I believe that the desire of a lot of people that night was to, in fact, make sure they didn't lose that opportunity. And by extending it for a year, nobody cared what happened after the year, because it didn't matter. The goal was
Yeah, it was and I don't mean in a bad way.
Right,
Political
no.
is political. Lord knows I do it. It was, by putting that in was a way of just,
Well, not for one
of
more-
trying to
in
keep
particular.
people enough to say, hey, we're not saying we won't do it, but let's look into this a little more. And it bided time.
I think.
Yeah, I do too. It's beautiful, pure genius.
It was.
It worked like a charm.
But I don't know if the original warrant article, and I think Paul's run to get it, so I won't take up any more time. I'm not sure if the original article was put forth by the selectmen at the time.
It was.
Okay, and then it was amended. Was it 50%?
I believe it was 50%, yes.
Okay, and then it was amended. So I don't know what action the council may want to take, but I'd be happy to work with Keith and staff to, as we compile these individually for you, that we put the, whatever backup we can dig up on it, and then the council can make a decision on how they want to move forward
Yeah,
with
what I'd like to do is put it, if we're okay, again, knowing what we are, I'd like to put it on the draft, this draft thing we have, just so we can see it with fresh eyes.
Okay.
And see if it is the compulsion of 4 out of 7 of us
Yeah.
to put it before the voters again.
Okay.
If I recall, the argument at the time was that the Conservation Commission and some select group, Blue Ribbon Panel or something, was going to look into different ways to use the change use tax and come
Right.
back with a recommendation on where they
Right.
thought the town should go. I'm hearing, sort of between the lines, that council never got created.
Right.
And the job never got done.
Yeah.
Right.
And the money got spent. I mean, there was a
Well,
big.
it was put into the Conservation Committee.
Yeah, not a bad thing, but I'm just saying, if they, back then, if the people had voted, they would have lost like 150,000 or whatever, half of that. If it, yeah, but if it did today, it'd be like you can't get blood from a stone. There just isn't as much on the table right now, that's all.
Okay, I don't know that that's true. It seems to me that every year there's land comes out of current use and.
I just meant there isn't as
Taken in
much,
tax.
but
May not
either
be
way,
as
I'm not
much.
trying to make anything by it. I just meant it had grown, they hadn't bought anything in years, and it had grown big. But I'd like to put it on this thing so we can look at it with fresh eyes, have some backup, as Betty mentioned, and see whether we want to go forward with it.
Gotcha.
I appreciate that, though.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Betty, do you have anything else?
No, that was the only one that came to mind for right at the moment.
I would like to have as an unofficial deadline, and I stress the word unofficial, that if any of us have items we want to bring forward, that we try and have it for the meeting on the 8th. I mean, I think that at that time, that'd be the latest we should have it. That's my feeling, and if someone comes out later than that, we can still discuss it, but I'd like to put some impetus on us doing it. We okay with that?
Yeah, and as a follow-up to that, if anybody does have anything, if they could email their request to Keith, and then, you know, he'll get in touch with me and he'll work with his staff, and I'll be touching base with him on this too, to help them compile the backup, so that we have the information for the 8th. So if anybody has anything that they want to bring forth, or whatever the case may be, my recommendation would be to please contact Keith. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
And what a view tax on, like, houses that have balconies on the second floor, would that be something that we would bring up?
No, that's part of the just part of assessing, and the value of the house has increased. because-
Would you agree, if you were to build a balcony on the second floor, the intention would be to take advantage of
Overlooking
the
Daniel
view?
Webster Highway,
I would say
the
it's
most
either-
beautiful part of
I would
Merrimack.
say it's either an attempt to take advantage of a beautiful view or a poor investment.
Probably a poor investment in this town.
Okay, let's-
But remember, he's getting married.
yeah, we gotta be nice, it's all ever fun till
It is Merrimack.
Malzone pokes someone's eyes out. Okay, Mr. Malzone, I believe you had an item that we've been waiting for with bated breath.
Yes, but I will pass, I will hold, I will go the professional route and try and get my signatures. And I will also have an English professor go over it to make sure that there's no grammar mistakes on that.
Okay,
I
well,
will
make
pass.
sure you learn how to pronounce the word professor before you go.
Hey, I'm a hack, not like you pros.
Okay, one thing I do want to stress, all kidding aside, Mr. Malzone, is you don't need to go the
But I
petition
will.
vote. I'm just saying, if you have an item that you feel would benefit the town, I think that the council would like to bring it forward. We want to
I'm
bring
not sure that
forward
the
positive
council is in that area, so I think I should go for the public support, because I think I'll get it.
Very good, Mr. Malzone. Okay, do we have anything else for the warrant that we want to talk about tonight? Then again, if we have anything we want to do, let's all, if we can, bring it back the 8th, because again, as we've all mentioned, the clock is ticking. Keith, you'll give us just something so we can all sleep better at night to know the election and all the rules and the stuff we have to do is good.
As far as what goes, as far as the charter change.
Yeah, and I'm not, and to be truthful, I don't want you to spend 3 hours doing it,
I
just,
think I'll need to, we should take along. Happy to do that.
thank you very, very much. All right. Okay. Consent agenda, we have none. Comments from the press. Comments from the public. Comments from the council. We'll begin with Finley.
I felt pressure not to offer anything else because I saw Mike packed up and ready to go at 9 o'clock. So I want to thank Keith. I asked him when he took the job to make sure our meetings got shorter, and I think he succeeded. Thank you, Keith.
I'm one for 2007.
I want to stress, it's, by starting it at 6 o'clock is kind of
I
helps.
forgot we started at 6
Yeah.
It's by default.
He can have the meeting start at 5 and he'll be a real hero.
I will.
And there'll be less people sitting here too, which that'd be good.
Do you have
I'm all
something?
set. Thank you, Dave.
Okay, thanks. Tom?
I'm fine. I think I've made my feelings known throughout the evening, and I appreciate the patience of the council to listen to me.
Betty?
I'm going to be very brief, but now that we've completed the budget process, there are a few things that, as we move forward, and thank God we get a break before the next one comes around, but there are a few things that I would just like to indicate that I think the council ought to consider looking into. And one of those is the excessive sick leave purchase policy. And it's not to eliminate it, but it's to look at it and see if perhaps there may be a different way to do things. So I'm not looking at taking things away from employees, just maybe a different way of doing things. The other thing is salaried positions. I would be interested to, especially for upper management, to look into what positions would in fact qualify as an exempt salaried employee. I'm also I'm very concerned about the maintenance of our buildings, structures, and how we go forward from here, because there are buildings that have been severely, I won't elaborate. I'll just say that as far as the maintenance of buildings and structures, for a prime example, it would be highway department, the highway building itself, and how it's just deteriorated through the years, and perhaps if we had, you know, and no blame to anyone, but perhaps if we would have had money each year to make necessary improvements and keep things up, that it wouldn't end up being in the condition that it is now. Sure. And I understand that there were various reasons why that occurred. And the last thing is, I think that one of the goals of the council for next year is also to really take a good look at capital reserve funds. And so those were areas, general areas, that I don't have specific comments on, that now that we've gotten through this budget, I think those are things that we need to think about early on, and have discussions about amongst all of us.
Okay.
on how we feel about different situations. And with you now on board, Keith, you'll have time to think about these before they come before the council and what your recommendations might be to us before the budget season even starts. So, thank you very much.
Betty, how's the agenda for the 22nd looking?
Who knows? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. There may be things from the 8th that we may have to move now,
What I'd like you to do,
but I can let you know.
and put this on, and if we have to kick it, we'll kick it. But I want to put the goals on. I think we did that a couple of months ago. We've been working. I think we need to put them in our face from time to time to see where we are on that.
Actually, I was hoping that we would have time on the 8th to at least go through the tracking report.
Okay?
And I had actually spoke to Brent today after last night's meeting and said, I think we need to get back on track now, and we need to see what's left on the tracking report that needs action. And in addition to that, bring it back to the council to see if there's things they'd like to add on to it, and then we can move our completed to date around.
So why don't you put the tracking report for the 8th and goals for the 22nd?
Okay.
And although they are very similar, that will allow us to kind of follow up on what we talk about on the 8th. Okay. Mike?
No, I think I'm all set. Thank you.
And as far as the signature goes, I doubt I'll sign it, but my wife will probably will.
Oh, that's fine.
Nancy?
Again, because the budget season is over in terms of our responsibility, I just wanted to make a comment. I think on more than one occasion, I've made a comment about the diversity of the board, of the council. And I think that was exemplified during the budget. And it wasn't clearly a combination of people against another. Our votes were all over the place, and there was no pattern. And I thought that was terrific, because I think the individuality of the the council members came through. And I move with confidence to the deliberative session. And if what we do is overruled, I'm fine with that, because I think we have all demonstrated a percentage of the population within the town. And this is the time when the majority of the towns are going to make decisions based upon our recommendations. So whatever that decision is, I'm fine with that, because we are just suggesting this is what we would like to see. But the town may say, nope, this is what we're going to see. And I'm comfortable with that. The important thing is that the town gets out at the deliberative session so that we have a cross-section of the town to know what the town is. So I recommend everybody gets out so that it can be a town decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Tom?
I want to thank my colleagues for to follow a little bit along with this. Just the way we worked together on that process, it could have been a much more difficult time. The work that we did preparing to come in to deal with this and to discuss these issues with each other and to allow us to express our opinions one way or the other made that process go a lot easier. I thank all of you for that. I think we did a good job in working our way through that process. I have some things that I would like to work on, but I'll just reserve them for another time. And there's a couple of things that I can just suggest to Keith coming out of when I was going through the books and things like that, and not chew up a lot of time here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, the only thing I'll say, and I've said it before, but I'll follow what they said, is, people come up to me all the time and say, how do you like it now? And I say, I've never enjoyed myself more in my life being here. And the only reason it is the 6 people that I'm working with. And I do appreciate it, and I do like that we can disagree. And like I said, I like to think I've matured a little bit in this process. As Keith witnessed 2 hours ago, I certainly am far away from being there. But I put that on people, like being able to work with Finley and Tom Mahon, and, you know, it's easy to get along with people that are kind of the same mindset as when you came in. But when you can work with people that you know you have some not disagreements, but maybe aren't all going to the same cocktail parties or whatever, do it. And like I say, I personally thank Finley for giving me a lot of growth, because again, there are so many times I've been prepared to do the stupid thing, or I am what I am sometimes, and Finley has really helped me in a way. And again, he keeps pressing the importance that, you know, whatever you are, you're our chairman, for good or bad, and you need to make sure that you do the town proud for that. It's one thing to be sitting on the wing. You represent this town, and I really appreciate that. And like I say, hopefully when I'm not chairman next year, I'll remember some of what you taught me. So, thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second. Motion made by Tom, seconded by Betty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion passes 7-0.
It was a dog on record, David.
You all finished kissing each other, thanks.
Still
Well,
3
if we
hours
had
and 15
started at
minutes.
7.
It's still 3 hours and 15 minutes.
It doesn't matter, we're out here.
And McCray, you won't have to support that because you got your own business now. You'll be loaded just like the rest of them. I saved that from the microphone. too.
Thank you, because I still have it not publicized.
I saved that from the microphone.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all I
Remember
need.
that on the next grammar lesson that I get for 20 minutes.
Are you calling me?
Just letting you know, I could have thrown you under the bus. Big guy.
Now you're playing, huh?
It's what once I got your message.
That's the only reason. I'll just buy some. Like I said, none of this is going to pay for
A couple of deep Peter Thomases?
BYOB.
Ready to work.
BYOB. Put in a special container. So anyway, you'll let Brendan know if you can make it, right?
Appreciate it.